We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah. This ain't entertainment. This is an intervention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said.
Yeah, truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, this real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the case, yeah. I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. YNs chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, modern legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it says truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies, we don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. Left the streets ain't hate, it's level spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Truth over lies. Truth over lies.
We see through the disguise. They keep us distracted while the world's on a fire.
Truth over lies.
Global gangs ain't playing. If we don't stay focused, we'll never get our land. They talk world peace, while they loading the weapons. Same script, different villains, same global direction. US pointing fingers that is well on screen, but the real war invisible, messing with minds of the people we seen. They say pick a side, red or blue, while the money keep printing and the truth stay new. Black folks caught in the middle of a chessboard play. Entertainment distractions keep us arguing all day Ay, they don't want unity, they want noise. They don't want leaders, they want angry boys. Scrolling, debating, beefing online. While rapper for Asian get better in the headline.
Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we'll keep falling for the rules.
Truth over lies.
Same empire, new face, distracted people. Never win the race. They weaponize conflict. Divide the globe.
Sanction, invasion, money controls. But tell Black America to stay entertained while generational path never got reclaimed. Reparations ain't charity, it's a debt. Stolen labor, stolen land, don't forget. They want us beefing over nonsense and cloud. While the real conversation never comes out. Peace ain't possible without truth involved. You can heal a wound you refuse to resolve. So we staying locked in, eyes wide open. No distractions, we decoding what's spoken. Focus, they want us blind, unfocused, focus. We too young to be hopeless. No more smoke screens, no more circus shows. Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we keep falling for the rules. Same empire, new face, distracted people. Never win a race. Mr. Walker, truth over lies. World politics. Black focus. No distractions.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters zip mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters of mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, waste that. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cave.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah, OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets ain't hate, it's love with the spine. We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets we need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets we need you here. Quarters zip vision, future focus kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not bury boys.
Not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Welcome. Live, Truth Over Lies Tuesday, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
Welcome in, Truth Over Lies family. It is Tuesday, and we got a long discussion to have tonight.
Man, a lot of madness going on. Whether or not you are faring well with the madness, listen here. Come one, come all, this fine January 20th, 2026, Gavin X and I are still in the mix, reporting to you Jive Chickens live with Truth Over Lies. My goodness. Happy Tuesday, you Jive Chickens. Welcome back.
Appreciate y'all tonight. We're going to get cooking up. Shout out to Sister Latanya. She joined the membership.
Appreciate you, sister. Thank you for all your support.
And shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. All right, she dropped a 25 in the Cash App. I believe this was with a replay. He says replay gang. So this must have been either earlier or maybe yesterday. She says, great show last night. Keep shining.
Listen here. Shout out to our Freedom Ride and Sister Ebony Dean. She don't care how or when she send it, but she gonna send it. Appreciate the support, sister.
And shout out to Rakim. Appreciate you, Ebony Dean. And Rakim come in the Cash App. He says, my next car is going to be a 87 Monte Carlo SS.
Okay. 87. That's too close to the 80s, ain't it? All 80s cars is a little wonky. Shout out to my $85 Diplomat. But salute to you.
Okay. I want to make sure we all caught up there. So here we are. Nonetheless, shout out to Ebony Dean.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
We going to get into it. Y'all see the thumbnail? Y'all see the title? Where we at? The misinformation about Black people is out of control. All right. So we're going to mine through some of this stuff and see. We're going to drop the link. We're going to get y'all up here pretty early tonight. Maybe we'll bring y'all slowly one at a time, but we're going to cook.
Fake news. Ain't that what T-Money say? Fake news. They've been spewing misinformation about us, FBA folks, since the beginning of media communication, since they were sending Harrier pigeon spread misinformation about us melanated folk. Ain't nothing new under the sun. It's another one of those things where we acknowledge and do what we can do something about it. But sitting here complaining, oh, they spread misinformation, ain't gonna stop. As long as there's one example, they will spread it into the world like it's a billion examples. Know that.
And there we go. So we got a lot of stuff to mine through early. Later in the show, we're going to touch on, I see the Black Panther Party is back. So we're going to touch on that later tonight. But we got to make our way there.
Okay. Not the Black Panther Party. No, that's something that's going to tickle my fancy. Got to see. Huh? Got to ask my family, can I be involved? You know, I can't be out here going, getting deleted. And now, you know, let my families know that might happen. See that? That's a discussion too. See, I ain't single. I can't just do what I want.
Oh, there we go. We're going to touch on that. All right. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. We got a crazy show tonight, but here we go.
Hit the like button. Take a second. Make sure you all hit the like button. Make sure you all are subscribed to the channel as we are on this journey. And make sure to support the channel by hitting the Cash App, hitting the Super Chat. Please and thank you.
Please and thank you.
So we're going to start here with my guy. It's been a while. Frenchie. Y'all remember Frenchie? He'd be on the streets doing his thing.
He's still out here. Salute to this brother. He's still kicking. Ain't nobody heard him yet. Praise be.
Oh, here we go. Misinformation.
What do you think about what happened to Charlie Kirk?
It was a tragedy.
Tragedy.
Coming in hot.
Why you think it was a tragedy?
Anybody who gets shot is a tragedy.
You think anybody that gets shot is like that dies from a shooting is a tragedy?
Yes, sir.
So you think that like Osama bin Laden when he got shot it was a tragedy?
No.
Okay, yeah,
No,
you said anybody. I'm just trying to figure.
Man, Frenchie be coming in hot. Words mean things. We was up here the other night. Shout out to Eat Man if you in the chat. You see? Say what you mean what you say. Don't say everybody. And they say everybody. He asked you 2 or 3 times. You say yes. And they're like, no, you know I didn't mean everybody. You know what I meant.
That's because I love this. Frenchie points out biases. He starts off and he presents questions or even his comments as if he has a bias in whatever their favor is. So he's like, yeah, you shouldn't be, popping folks in the melon with projectiles. And he's not now Frenchie is not supposed to bring up an example to contradict that. It's supposed to be an echo chamber. See, but first, so even when Big Ben Lion got hit, they said, oh no, that's different. Totally different. One was a pasty white man. The other one, he had too much melanin in his skin. Totally different.
And here we are. And shout out to Ryan. He says, what up, nephews in chat? Just a little something for the cause.
Appreciate you, brother Ryan.
Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah! Boom shakalaka!
Anybody who gets shot is a tragedy.
You think anybody that gets shot is like that dies from a shooting is a tragedy?
Yes, sir.
So you think that like Osama bin Laden when he got shot it was a tragedy?
No.
Okay, yeah,
No,
you said anybody. I'm just trying to figure it out, man.
No. And
talk to me, bro. I'm just saying what you said.
An innocent person,
an innocent
gets shot in public in front of everybody. It's a tragedy. Would you agree?
Hell yeah! If you're innocent and you got shot for no reason, hell yeah, you're innocent. Do you think that like how do you know
what's going on?
It's going on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram.
Well, what's your YouTube channel?
Frenchie Life. I give out Frenchie Life. I give out free French bulldogs. So do you think like that he was an antagonist?
Antagonist.
Yeah. Do you think he provoked like racial debates and like like he antagonized certain groups of people like Israel, Palestinians, LGBT members, black people?
Did he antagonize it? Did he promulgate it? Maybe. Antagonize it? No, I don't like that word.
Okay, hold on, Paul. All right. So, if you got on a plane with a black pilot, would that be okay with you?
Come on, man.
I'm just asking.
That's a stupid question.
Charlie said that he'll look at the guy funny.
That's a dumb question.
I'm telling you what Charlie said.
Okay,
Charlie said that.
I thought that Charlie Kirk is a tragedy. That means that
No, I'm asking. No. I'm just asking a question.
I know you're asking a question. I know what you're doing. I'm not stupid.
All right.
Yeah! Boom shakalaka!
I know what you're doing. I'm not stupid. Yeah, all right. Listen, what did he say? Would you get on the plane with a black pilot? Yes or no? And that's going to be central to the next video we're going to pull up. Misinformation, right?
I ain't gonna hold you. Now, this one here, I gotta be serious. I'm feel even more comfortable with a pilot of color because I know they had to try twice as hard just to wind up in that seat. Y'all see, I don't think emotionally.
Well, according to them, they say it's DEI. So if it's a black pilot, he there because of DEI.
Here's the thing.
He's actually underqualified is what they trying to say.
No, I know what they say, underqualified because they gotta meet a quota, a DI quota. Absolutely not. Understand something. Whoever signs off on these underqualified pilots, they're responsible. Who signed Javier or the Quasi Lawn? You know what I'm saying? Elijah Wan, who signed their pilot's license? So it wouldn't just be the pilot in trouble, also the organization that licensed and certified them. So with that being understood, no, absolutely not.
But
why aren't you asking the question, my man?
No. What you're doing is what you're saying is Charlie Kirk said this one thing, and
no. Absolutely
it's a tragedy.
Not.
I agree.
No,
with
absolutely
everything.
not.
Do you think a black
Hold
pilot?
on, guys.
Give me a break.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. This is what we're gonna do. Can we all agree that anybody getting shot innocent is a tragedy.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I said. So
And
we
that's-
agree.
and that's
so
what
don't
I
try
said.
to. All right, that's what I'm saying too.
Okay.
So you're trying to change it on me. I'm
No,
not.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No,
because
no.
what am I?
You
I just
said-
asked you a question.
Charlie Kirk said
All right,
this,
can I ask you a
therefore I
question?
agree with
Because
it,
he's
sir.
not answering the question. Go ahead. If you didn't want to get on a plane,
He wants to
because
go
you're
away
not,
from
you're
that.
not answering the question. Can you? I'll answer your questions if you answer mine.
If-
All right, go answer
if-
me a question.
if-
I answered his
if-
question. I said it's a tragedy.
Black pilot?
That's what he said. I'm just
That's
asking
a dumb,
you. He's
that's a
not
dumb question, man.
Okay,
No,
he
it
asked-
ain't.
I would
he
not
asked
worry
me
about
a
that.
question and I answered it. He asked me a question and I
That's a
answered
dumb
it.
question.
I know, but you asked me a question and I answered
and
it.
you asked me a question, and I said that's a dumb question. I
So what?
reject the premises.
How is it a dumb question? It's a yeah. Would you get on the plane if there was a black pilot? That's a dumb question. How is it? I mean, you gotta explain more. I mean, come on now, caucus man. All right, give us something. That's a dumb question. How? Articulate yourself.
Thank you, my goodness. If that was a dumb question, then may he rest in peace. But Kirk, that was a dumb statement. If him say, oh, because Kirk did say that. You know, I actually seen that. That was one of the points where he was antagonizing and poking at folks, trying to get a rise out of people. Shout out to Anton Daniels. It works. And but now just answer the question. Would you? Don't sit there and say I reject the premise. First answer it, then say I reject. Say of course I would. Then reiterate I reject the premise. What does it matter? But you just like, oh, I'm not gonna answer it. Why? Why don't he want to answer it? We're gonna get down to it. Not because he rejects the premise. He would rather not just speak on it, just in case some of his hood wearing friends is watching. He don't look like he's a ninja lover.
Yeah. So yeah, it's always tricky. Here we go.
That's a dumb question, man.
Okay, he asked.
I would not
he
worry
asked me a
about that.
question and I answered it. He asked me a question and I
That's a
answered
dumb
it.
question.
I know, but you asked me a question and I answered
And
it.
you asked me a question, and I said that's a dumb question. I
So
reject the premises of the premise of the question. No, I don't mind if the pilot's black.
Okay,
No,
that's
I
all
don't
I
care.
wanted to get you to say.
Oh.
No, let me talk. Wait a minute. Wait.
I think I'm pretty
Wait.
mad.
Wait.
I got pardoned by the president of this gentleman right here.
Wait. Let me
Oh, he's
finish
trying to
because I gotta
control
cut
this thing.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not.
gonna
You asked the
All right,
question.
go.
So I'm just asking you, right? Okay. Why do you think Charlie would say that so many times?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Have you had to guess on why he would say that? Why do you think?
I haven't heard him say that, so I'm not going to try to. I'm not
So
going
you
to
want
try
me
to
to pull it up?
No,
Okay.
I don't care.
Okay, you don't care.
No,
But if he said that, do you think that that's racist?
of course.
Say it again.
If DEI wasn't a policy, we wouldn't ever question the qualifications of a minority.
Okay.
So if you look at
the
minority
what,
doing something,
wait.
the only reason
What
you
does the
question it
FAA have to
is
do with
because DEI is a policy. If DEI is
I love
if
this.
DEI
I love
is
this.
a,
Come
but
on,
if
let's go.
DEI was not a policy,
Let's
then
go.
you
I
would know
love
it was the
Oh,
most
I love
qualified
this.
candidate
Ooh,
for
I love
the
this.
job.
I love this. Come here. Come here. No. You're on camera. Oh, you don't want to get on camera?
No, it just seems
Okay.
I can do it on camera.
Let's go. You agree with what he just said?
I agree with him. Yeah,
Okay,
obviously.
so
It's
DEI.
about
Okay,
qualifications.
so DEI lowered the qualifications of pilots.
Yes, it did.
How? The FAA didn't change. I got it right here. Let's go. Charlie said that in 2023 they never changed. Come on, wait up. Let's go. Let's fact check, buddy. Okay.
how
Wait.
about
You said no. You said something and we're gonna fact check. You said something.
There we go. Misinformation is ruling the nation. Tonight's show, we're going to be talking about the misinformation about black people is out of control. Fake news, false narratives, truth over lies. So here we are, DEI, lower, like you said, in some places, but no, like you said, we talk about pilots, black pilots, but them the pitting the wings on you, you done had to be through something. You probably had to be in the Air Force and all type of stuff. You had to show your work.
DEI did not lower its standards. That's a myth. The Federal Aviation Administration maintains strict certification requirements, performance evaluations, and ongoing training mandates. These standards don't change based on who meets them, color, race, nor creed. So, like, come on, man. Like, again, y'all watch too many movies not to understand how this went down. When I became a firefighter, I was the only melanated person in my class. And I did not go in there like, oh, they're going to lower standards for me. I went in there like I approach every venture, how every black person should approach any type of business venture. I got to work at least twice as hard to get the same result. And if you exceed that, then so be it. So what? But ain't no black person going into no high ranking position and talking about, oh, this gonna be easy because I'm black. You gotta think about it that way. That's crazy.
That's a real thing. Like you said, I just had to think back when I was working at the dealership. I was one of the only black folks in the department. And like you said, I always gotta, hold myself to a higher standard. Can't be walking around here acting a certain way. Always got to be up on it because, like you said, the stereotypes. So they're already thinking a certain thing. So that's cap.
When as confident as I was, when I became a firefighter 1 interior, I knew I beat every test. I broke records. I said, y'all not gonna have one damn reason why I not go past and get this bread too. God dang it. Because I watch folks fail and absolutely not. I'm breaking the records. I'm doing fast. I'm being the first one to climb up the ladder. All that. Give my certification, please, and thank you.
Wow, the FAA didn't change. I got it right here. Let's go. Charlie said that in 2023 they never changed. Come on, wait up. Let's go. Let's fact check, buddy. Okay. Wait. No. You said something and we're gonna fact check. You said something and we're gonna fact check. Wait, boss. You said something and we're gonna fact check.
We agree before you show me.
He said something and we're gonna fact check. I'm not. But we gotta fact check. So we can't fact check?
You can fact check.
Let's go. Go ahead.
Hey, listen. Can we both agree before I answer your question that DEI policies are wrong? Can you agree with that? Can you agree with hiring somebody just because of
absolutely? If you say that, but I'm not going to say DEI is wrong. But if what you're saying, yeah, that's wrong.
DEI.
No, that's not.
You can play word games.
No, that's
we
not.
don't have to play word games.
No, that's not. That's not necessarily. That's not necessarily what it is. That's not necessarily what it is. You're trying to simplify. You're trying to play word semantics, bro. That's not what it is. That's like saying that the Rooney Rule is like meant to have more black coaches.
Okay, how about this?
So it's the Rooney Rule. So is the Rooney Rule wrong? Is the Rooney Rule wrong? I'm good. It's good. Is the Rooney Rule? Hold on, bro.
So there you go. Like you said, if he's comparing this to the Rooney Rule, I got some, familiarity with that, to where a lot of the coaches, black coaches, just wouldn't get opportunities to even get interviewed. So then they come up with the Rooney Rule, say y'all at least gotta interview, a certain person, a few black. You can't just open a job up, interview a few white guys and hire them, and not even consider the black guys. So the Rooney Rule, whether it works or not, a lot of people say it still don't work because overwhelming majority of the coaches are still white. So even with the Rooney Rule, like you said, here in Pittsburgh, where they did hire Mike Tomlin, and he was here for almost 20 years, a lot of the other people, they'll say, okay, we will adhere. I'll bring a black guy in and pander to him, but I know who I want to hire. So, but it just gives a guy opportunity to at least get to go through the process and see what it takes to become a head coach.
This is not up for debate. It's documented in the wicked American history. There have been and still are written and unwritten systems put in place to stop melanated folks from acquiring certain positions. That is not even a discussion. So now this is where I do agree with DI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's needed. Why is this needed? See, here's the thing. This is DEI was supposed to be a solution to a problem that exists. What is the problem that exists? Racism.
Well, here's the problem, Mr. Walker. When you get the DEI, it's such an envelope to where it was not helping out the majority of black folks, because it will help out women, LGBT, anybody who's diverse, opposite of white man. So there we go. So everybody, so more white women in different groups took advantage of it.
It been because white man found the loophole. He said, "Oh, we just got to diversify." Yeah, you darky still at the back of the line. Rainbow Coalition, all y'all come in first. Females come on in, y'all be our secretaries. You white man wicked. And there you go. So it didn't even benefit us. Back to voting. Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. Nothing is just for us. Any type of policy, they'll put in an anti-Asian hate bill, where it's only for Asians. They'll put in a bill for this specific group. But for melanated folks, no, y'all just a minority. Y'all everybody.
So there we go. So for that, we're going to put these people in the sub.
Except for you, Frenchie.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah,
Yeah, I should have looked that up. Just how, how many folks from different races and sexes were affected by the DEI fires. So I know 300,000, supposedly 300,000 melanated sisters lost positions. And I want to say this, I would blame the majority of that on that wonky Democratic Party. This is my viewpoint, because they was making up fake positions for folks. And then once other folks came and started checking, like, hey, what do you do? And it's like, I make sure all the staplers are in a certain place on the desk. They say, you fired. We don't need you.
So here we are. So there we go. We dropped the link. All right. We see y'all in the chat, Sister Ebony Dean. Not sure what y'all doing. We'll bring a few folks up. We ain't done. We're going to get into it because I got a video we about to queue up, and we about to stay on this topic. We're going to stay on this topic. Hit the like button. This is an infamous face off here.
JP and Fugazi.
One of the things that went viral about what Charlie Kirk said was that if he had to get on an airplane and he seen a black pilot, he will not want to, it would give him a lot of second guess that. So I did my research and I found out of 11,000 plane crashes, it was not one black person that caused the plane. Well, that had the accident. They were all white. So, and then when I started realizing and learning about Charlie Kirkland.
Well, let me ask you a question real quick. Is Charlie Kirk, not Kirkland?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk.
This guy said Kirkland, like Frank Kirkland. This guy. So real quick, if you did research on how many plane crashes there were, and there were no black pilots that ever crashed a plane, did you do the numbers for how many white pilots there are versus how many black pilots? Because that would then give you the probability of why there were no black pilot plane.
I remember when I lost my mind.
Listen, it may not be a total checkmate, but Cooley, you can't do that. JP presented hard evidence. He said over 11,000 plane crashes, not one black pilot, not one. And you say, well, how many black pilots are there? And what's the per capita? And what's the probability? He said over 11,000 crashes and not one black pilot. So why would you be afraid to get on the plane when there's no evidence of a black man ever crashing a plane?
The things could be true. Like, I'm trying to look it up. Google AI, they scared to answer this question. How many black pilots have crashed? There's no definitive public available total number. Yeah, it is.
And there you go. Cooley did not refute it. He didn't say you lying. There was 8 or no. He said that's true. But how many black pilots are there versus white pilots?
No, absolutely not. You wouldn't ask it in reverse? You see, you only actually trying to prove a point. Cooley gonna try and bring out the per capita. Come on, Fugazi.
Welcome up, brother TJ. Welcome up. What you got here on this subject?
About JP.
Could barely hear you. Could barely hear you, brother.
Volume low.
I said about JP.
Turn it up.
No, I mean, we could barely hear you.
Hold on a second.
Good to see you, brother.
That good?
There you go.
Man, I had to jack that all the way up. About what? About what Charlie Kirk said, or what JP saying, or
just
Mr.
the whole
Cooley?
situation here. Yeah. Not nothing personally, but just what we hearing here.
Well, I'm not. Well, first of all, Charlie Kirk saying what he said, it doesn't shock me. I'm one of those people who believe that every last white person is racist, including the good ones. And Shannon Sharp had to. I don't think like Skip Bayless is like a evil racist, whatever. But the moment Shannon Sharp bumped up against Skip Bayless's whiteness, which was Tom Brady, he showed him what time it was. So I believe all white folk, even the so-called good ones, they're racist. You'll find out the moment you bump up against their whiteness in the wrong way, they'll remind you exactly who and what you are. So Charlie Kirk saying some crazy crap like that don't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I ain't surprised about any of it either. Shoot, like I said, I didn't watch too much of his content, but yeah,
I just knew about him in spurts. I wasn't like, I just knew of him. And once I see, like, I don't really watch a lot of like Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, and all. I don't really watch a lot of them because they're there to make money off of gaslighting and spreading their hate. The sad thing about it is that there's a large population that would actually listen to them, especially when they start talking about the misinformation about black data. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy to believe that the majority of black men are in prison because the country believes black men are naturally violent. So that's easy to believe.
Yep.
When the fact of the matter is, it's less. Out of about 21, 22 million black men, there's less than 2 million blacks in the entire prison/jail population.
But per capita, TJ, per capita,
I don't give a damn about no per capita right now. But the way that they talk about it, they don't talk about it per capita or percentage of the population. They say the majority. Black women still say it today that the majority of black men are in prison. They say all the good men are in prison. Now, how crazy does that sound?
Yeah, that is one of the wildest Bonquisha statements. That's real TJ line. I've heard that too. Some folks ain't. All the good men is locked up. All the good ones.
All the good ones.
All the ones that make their cooter vibrate is locked
right.
up.
And let me tell you something. On the side note about like all of these men that our sisters go after, they always talk about like how that they go after the men for the looks and stuff like that. No disrespect, no shade, but take a good look at JP. That's what the hell these women are sleeping with. They talking about that they want the fine men, like the like Mr. Walker, 7 foot tall and all this. No, they're sleeping with low rent homeless men like JP.
And why? I be saying that we got to observe Nug in his endeavors.
Yeah, most of them women, y'all don't want them women anyhow. So two things is true. Most of them women, don't nobody want them women.
Man,
and
listen.
Let me tell you
a
guys
Kudakata is better than no Kudakata. I don't care if it's attached to a stud, a Goodyear blunt.
Right. But the problem is, and maybe I'm wrong in saying this, I'll just say it this way. Too many of our so-called good sisters, they deal with JPs. I keep telling you guys, I've worked in professional environments. I currently work in a professional environment, and watching these sisters operate and who they're actually having children with. And look, I tell people all the time, when I get off work at 7 o'clock in the morning, it is wild business to watch all of these nurse practitioners, some physicians, department managers, black sisters lined up in the front of the building waiting on their car because some homeless dude got they BMW X5 out for the night because they're there and they're still waiting on getting picked up, and it's 7:30, and they're supposed to be gone at 6:30.
Like Jody, they still doing that? Why you so late picking me?
Wild. It is wild to watch. It's wild. Look, the nursing staff, they get off at 6:30 in the morning. I get off at 7:30 in the morning. There's at least always 20 to 30 black women lined up in the front of the building, still waiting on their ride. They're low life dude. Now, by the way, these are the same women who spent 12 hours talking about what they won't tolerate from a dude and what a dude got to do for them. But they got some homeless man riding around in their X5 because that's all they can afford is a fake BMW X5, a 4-cylinder. You know, and they're still sitting there waiting an hour later for somebody to pick them up. Our sisters, they sleep with the guys like JP. They don't be up here lined up, you know, talking about they want these tall fine men. Man, he be some homeless, raggedy looking bums who ain't had bath in years.
You know,
I'll say this. We are getting a little sidetracked from the show.
I'm sorry.
So,
I did say sidetrack.
For a minute, TJ. We're gonna get back into the video.
That was good stuff. That was good stuff.
So here we go. Shout out to Frederick Howard. Come through, gifted a membership.
Appreciate you, brother Frederick.
Shout out to Rachel with the 20 ball. Says on December 2025, the EEOC made a video campaign to get white men to file a reverse discrimination claim cause that they didn't get jobs. VP Pence and T Money criticized DEI and critical race stating theory. Says this was VP Pence's idea.
Okay. All right, now I do like the critical race theory. Okay, Trump criticized DEI. Okay, trying to understand that statement. Appreciate you, Rachel. First off, okay, reverse discrimination. Okay, wow.
And shout out to Richai. He says, I hear you, TJ. Some B-dubs will deal with Jay Prince and males like him. Some men just ain't drinking out that soup can.
Shout out to Richai. He gonna let it down.
So here we go. If you're just coming in, hit the like button.
Crashes.
Well, it at that point it don't matter, because if he's saying that the people he should worry about is the black pilots, but all of the plane crashes were done by white, that part don't matter.
It does matter.
Not really, because if you think about it, if all of the plane crashes was done by white, and I take it that you coming from an angle that maybe because it was probably like 10 black pilots out of 11,000. Of course, it won't be having no black plane crashes, but that still don't take away from the fact that if you going to board a plane and you're afraid of this plane crashing, well, historically proven that all of the crashes wasn't done by a black DEI pilot. They were all done by whites, no matter if it was DEI or not or above. They were white plane crashes that some people that have didn't just get put in because of minority benefits and stuff like that. So it seems like that didn't matter. They still had the crashes. I want to move to.
Well, real quick, don't move. That's illogical. It didn't make any sense. I'll explain why. So you said that it seems that it doesn't matter that there were basically all white pilots that crashed a plane. They still crashed a plane. Right?
Right.
So my question for you is, are you using this example, which is a poor one, to illustrate how black pilots are more qualified than white pilots because they didn't crash a plane?
No.
So what's your point of bringing this up?
Well, I would say his first point is that they're definitely not less qualified. Let's start there, because that's the premise that Charlie's trying to make, that they are less qualified, where that's not the case at all. So now if you want to debate whether or not they're more, that's debatable. But what we ain't going to do is say they are less, because evidence prove they ain't never crashed a plane.
And come on, Melon, we don't play with gravity and nature and water and sharks like that. Shout out to Man Evolve. We don't play with certain things. I don't know about y'all, but I can compartmentalize. If this ain't dating, this ain't the hood. Person, if I get on the plane and I see a brother's the pilot, I'm puffing my chest up. I don't know. I'm hype. I'm like, okay. You know, like, that is a beautiful thing. And Spence, I ain't gonna hold you, if I see a melanated sister the pilot, that is super dope, because I know how hard it had to be to acquire that position. I'm so lost on this whole discussion. This is a point where Charlie Kirk was Kirk captain. May he rest in peace.
What you got, Ebony? Welcome up.
Hey, thanks for dropping the link and everything. Yeah, as far as with the black pilots and everything, I can recall a time where I aborted a plane and there was a whole black crew. The pilot and the co-pilot was black, and there were sisters that were the stewardess or whatever. The flight attendants were all black, and I felt like I was at home. They were so welcoming and everything, and so the thing with becoming pilots in any profession that you do, we always have to be 10 steps ahead of everything because they're automatically counting us out. So we always have to make sure all of our ducks are in a row and everything. So yeah, we have to work twice as hard just to get the same positions that everyone else gets.
Amen.
And shout out to G Honda. He says, can we make room for the possibility of administrations pushing false data and statistics about blacks to these major sites?
100%. This is America. Yes.
So yeah. Yeah. And shout out to GT. Says, is Cooley still raising YT man's kids?
Yes. Yes.
We believe so. We believe it. So here we are. Hit the like button. We'll get y'all backstage. We'll get y'all up.
Yeah.
My point is bring that up because he made a viral video of saying that to people that board planes, if you see a black pilot, be wary because you might get in a crash. And he completely act oblivious and ignored that all of the 11,000 plane crashers was not black.
Do you know why he said? Do you know why he said it though?
This equal opportunity stuff, it makes sense to the people that's on the opposing end, right? That tries to be this conservative.
No, so he said it. So when someone makes a statement, there's a reason why they made the statement, right? Like most people just don't speak for no reason. They're speaking for a reason. They're saying something for a reason. There's a reason to what they're saying. So Charlie Kirk said, well, if I went on a plane and I seen a black pilot, I would question if the black pilot was qualified. His reasoning in the context he gave was DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, because these certain airlines would implement DEI and they wanted their pilots, and even not just pilots, but other members of their airlines to be more diverse. They wanted to make it 50-50, like 50 of their staff to be more women and more different races rather than just white, right?
Right.
So if you are going to implement a methodology, a practice that is to prioritize gender and race rather than meritocracy, then the logical conclusion would be, well, are they qualified? Because if you're not prioritizing meritocracy, which is quality, we must ask if they are the most qualified candidates. Are you getting the most qualified candidates? Right? So let me go ahead and play you a clip to give you some more context.
All right, before he do, like you said, I don't know why you moving the goal line, or I don't know what you're trying to stand on. Like you said, you could be conservative. That don't mean you got to agree with 1,000% of everything everybody say. And that's where y'all getting that trick bag. So he gonna say, are they qualified? They never crashed a plane. So there's that.
And is there a line like, most qualified, like there has, like, how are we measuring this? Like, it's not about, is it really about who's most qualified? I thought it was about who getting enough people in there that meets the qualification threshold. You know what I mean? And there's rules and bounds to this DI thing. Like, they're not understanding. Melanated folks weren't even being considered. That's why Gavin brought up the Rooney Rule. We weren't even having an opportunity to show that we were qualified. That's what it was about. But it still didn't work in our favor because the majority of folks that got the DEI positions that were qualified weren't us. So I don't understand what the gripe is.
Yeah, because like you said, even with some of these coaches that they would hire, they would be so friendly. They would be like the one guy, I think he was like Middle Eastern, but he was part of the Rooney Rule. What was his name? He was coaching with the 49ers, I think. And the guy in Miami right now, I think he like Cuban or something. So I don't know. I think it's different ways that they say we're going to use it, but you know what I mean? Ebony, what you got?
Yeah, I think with the whole DUI situation and affirmative action and all that stuff that they created and stuff, it was necessary because we were not getting hired for the jobs. And there was a racial bias behind all of the jobs because we have to remember we were the first doctors and everything in this country. And the reason why you have to do all this schooling to become a doctor and to, become a midwife and all that, because we were the original ones, we were the ones delivering all the babies and everything, is to keep us out of that sector. And because that's why they make it so expensive and the schooling is so long, and so that was to push us out of it already from jump. We were already doing all of those jobs in the first place. And so those the DEI and affirmative action was supposed to benefit us, and unfortunately, like you guys were saying, the white women took advantage of that. I know even with the trucking industry out in Washington, a lot of white men have their women as the forefront of their businesses, but they're still controlling things from the back end. So they're using their wives in order to start all these businesses and undercutting some of the minority businesses. So it was supposed to actually benefit us. And unfortunately, with all the immigration and everything, everybody became a part of it. But we were the original ones to do it all. And so until they started putting all the stipulations on everything.
There we go.
There you go. So I'm going to bring you back up. See y'all backstage. Brother TJ, what you got? You said you got some stats here. Welcome back up.
Yeah, listen. 3.9% of pilots are black. So it's a very small number. And only 1% of pilots, 1% of black pilots are female. So we have a small thing. But here's the thing about the word qualification that upsets me about this. When you're talking about positions like pilots, like dude would like to say, Charlie Kirk want to bring up about qualifications. Professional, what they call there are certain things called professional license. Barbers have them. I'm starting low. Barbers have them. Medical personnel have them. Pilots have them. Lawyers have them. They're professional license, and oftentimes you have to go through, as Miss Dean said, an extensive amount of training to get to even qualify to sit for the testing for those licensing. And let me tell you something, for somebody who has a medical license, they don't give you any special black test for these licenses. You have to pass the exact same test as the white boys have to pass. Also with qualifications, 40% of current U.S. Commercial pilots are former military. So there's a really high probability that Charlie Kirk's unqualified black pilot was a pilot in the Air Force. The 40% of the people that's flying you around, they were flying around in the military.
Make your point,
These people
TJ.
are the most qualified people on planet.
To make your point, I used to go to church with a brother, big old 6'5" brother, served in the military. Want to know what he decided to do once he got to the military? Fly commercial planes. To make your point, TJ.
Yes. So they kill me when they want to talk about most qualified. They don't even sit there and try to go after try to explain what they mean by most qualified. Because if you have the professional license, that alone qualifies you. I am a practitioner by license. That qualifies me. All I have to be is a practitioner. I can go work in any state in the country. All I got to do is, because I have one state license, they'll give another state, if I just pay their fee, will give me another license because I've passed the national credentialing board, like doctors have. You know what I mean? So I don't know what they mean by this when they say qualification.
Yeah.
Speaking of DEI, in my current department, when they talk about qualifications, the supervisor and the manager, the director of my department, they both work there. They are both white women and they both got their positions within the last year. The supervisor job requires a bachelor's degree. The director job requires a master's degree. Neither one of these two white women got a damn bachelor's degree, but yet they're running my damn department. So I don't want to hear. I didn't stutter. I did not. Right. And guess what? They're allowed to run our department without the full education on a promissory note, a promise to get it. And these dingbats are running our department and running off good, qualified medical clinicians because they don't know how to deal or how to, I don't want to go, but yes. So when they talk about qualifications, more times than not, when they get it, they don't have what we have.
That's crazy. I know the same thing with a melanated sister that couldn't have a position because she didn't have a master's. Like you said, where other folks had bachelors or they probably had promissory notes too. That's a new one, TJ. That's wicked. Like, we acknowledge that these injustices happen in the workplace against us, not in our favor. A promissory note is insane.
Yeah, that's what I'm calling it. It's a we'll give you this job if you go enroll.
I owe y'all a degree.
Yeah, but the director, she has to have a master's. She doesn't even have a bachelor's degree. She has to, so they're going to let her have this job while she obtains her bachelor's and her master's.
What if she never does?
Huh?
What if she never does?
She got the complexion for protection. They're not going to throw her out of there.
There you go.
Right.
Listen,
Yeah.
I was going to say this real quick. We'll bring you back up, Brother TJ. Man Evolve. Go ahead, Ebony. What you got?
Oh, I was just going to say off of TJ saying the promissory thing, that is so true. But here's the thing, you guys, we were qualified to nurse your babies and do all these things during slavery. And, you know, we were responsible for producing everything that was on the plantation and cooking the food and doing all this stuff. So there's no way that we can't be qualified if we go along with the instruction and go to the universities and get the degrees, that we can do anything that you guys can do, if not even better. You know, we've already proved that. So just the simple fact that they are counting us out already just based on skin color, we've shown how intelligent we are, and we can do anything, but we just need the opportunity to do so. And just being in this country alone, that has kind of hindered us in that way.
Amen.
And shout out to Brother Ryan. He says, I've yet to see a flight evacuated because of a pilot yet, like the state of Missouri. Show me.
From the Show Me State. Appreciate you, Ryan.
Okay. And shout out to, what's that? Mikhail Supreme says, great content as always, off subject, but Ebony looks extra good today.
Appreciate you, Supreme.
Appreciate you, brother. And Rachel says, Rudy Rule is trash. It only mandates leagues teams to interview minorities for senior and coaching positions, not to hire.
There should be a threshold. Since we have had to implement this due to racism, if you meet this threshold, then, you know, if you are a different color than white, then you get it. So it's weird that we even got to come up with these things, because I get it. There's always loopholes, and it always can get messy. Just stop the racism then.
There you go. And I would say, you know, two things is true, because, you know, at least I don't think anything could make somebody hire you. So that's kind of wonky. These are private companies, so you can't make them do anything. So just the mere fact that they have to interview is a large step, because before, like I said, they just simply wouldn't do it. All right, they wouldn't interview at all. They would maybe interview 2 white dudes that they want, and that's it. But now they got to at least interview 8, 9, 10 coaches, you know, and go through a process, or at least do the dance. You know, and these guys get their name out there now. So people are like, oh, so-and-so interviewed for that job. Now they know he's competent and he has been through this process.
There you go. It's progress.
Yeah, and shout out to Richard. He says, Mr. Walker, what TJ is saying is true. The promise to complete higher education included in your professional development plan and goal.
I know, shout out to my wife. I know she has stuff like this. She's always getting new certifications and stuff. But like, as far as like that, but you got to have the standards for barrier to entry, like a bachelor's, that is news to me. I definitely know, hey, you got your bachelor's, you have completed all this. Now, while you're here, we expect you to become, proficient in Salesforce. I understand that, but the foundational education, that's news to me.
So there we go. So welcome up, man, Evolve. Shout out to Divine Photos. He says, we have to work twice as hard to prove ourselves in almost everything, from sports to corporate world.
That's it.
So what's your take on this, man, Evolve, so far?
The first time I ever heard about Charlie Kirk was when he was killed. And I never really looked him up to find out why was there such a controversy about how I've seen a lot of Black Americans sort of like tear into him like he was the worst person in the world, right? And to hear that comment, I sort of see where he might have been making statements that would have made people really don't like him of the Black American culture. I could really see it now, just because that statement sort of was like, that was really like a slap. And I really agree to the fact that most times that I've ever seen Black Americans doing certain things, they usually are in the top class of what's going on. I've seen that happen over and over and over in many different things, watching it, because most of our information and most of our lifestyle comes from the United States. Because like I say, there's less than 500,000 Bahamians in the whole world. So a lot of the culture and influence that we get outside of what we just do comes from the United States, because that's where we get all our information from. Our food comes from there. So I've been around a lot of Black Americans, but not many white ones, except for when I was working in like a tour guide or something like that growing up. And everyone is different. But I've always seen Black American people usually take pride in being outstanding in the group, sometimes to a good extent and sometimes to a bad extent.
Let me ask you this. Did you take any offense to the statement of the Black pilot? Did you believe?
Yeah, I did. I did. That's why I was like, just hearing it for the first time and really sort of hearing some of the things that he might have said, or he does said, yeah, I did sort of take a little offense to it, because at the end of the day, you never know who's flying you, whether the person just graduated out of school last week. So to just make a blanket statement and just like that in the front of people, if thinking it is one thing. I think that about people. No joke. But to say that out loud and then again in a situation where there is a sort of like white-black thing, no matter where you think you from or where you going, to say that was like, I took a little offense to that, for true.
Like I like what you said, man, Evolve. Like I believe it's safe to say, I know some angels and saints out there, but it's safe to say on a daily basis, we all have some thoughts that may prove to be offensive to other people, racist, whatever thoughts, right? Because we see folks and we always judge, whether it's light or heavy judgment, but we keep it to ourselves. If I walked around, because I'm judgy, I judge myself harshly and I judge people I care about just as harshly. If I walked around just judging folks, I sound terrible.
Yeah. So here we go. We'll bring you back up here in a minute, man, Evolve. We're going to let some more of this video play. Here we go. This is epic.
Text, because I do have a clip for this. And then let me see if this changes your opinion on it. Okay?
June 2021 clip, but it was making the rounds on X, of the CEO of United Airlines, Scott Kirby, talking about their quotas over at United for diversity in the ranks of pilots, which is extremely controversial for obvious reasons. Here's the clip that you were reacting to in South 13.
How is diversity and diversity targets working into the Aviation Academy? we have committed that 50% of the class of the classes will be women or people of color. Today, only 19% of our pilots at United Airlines are women or people of color. And by the way, from all the data I've seen, that's the highest of any airline in the country.
White males don't just dominate in the cockpits, also in the C-suite at United Airlines.
Well, look, at United, I'm proud of the diversity that we actually have in our C-suite. I think if you look around corporate America.
Correct me if I'm saying, though, so this was just based off your website, the people you list as executives, but out of 11 people, 3 are women. I believe 1 is a person of color.
That's correct. But, in corporate America, I think,
That's a low bar. How do you raise your own bar?
Well, a lot of this is, focusing on it. We have programs one of the things we do is for every job when we're doing an interview, we require women and people of color to be involved in the interview process.
People freaked out because you said the thing that you're not supposed to say, but that's what you're known for. Here he is in SOT 14 on Charlie's show.
I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
The meltdown after this with people like,
Yes, and I want to just reiterate the essence of that clip that was missed by almost everybody. Jordan Peterson, to his credit, really picked up on it, which is what I was trying to be, very vulnerable at the audience, is that DEI invites unwholesome thinking. And I said, and I was saying in the clip, that's not who I am. That's not what I believe. But what it does is it makes us worse versions of ourselves, Megan.
What?
Fuck is you talking about?
Here we go. Here's the problem. If you got a problem with DEI, that's one thing. But now to try to prove your point, you are simply lying and making stuff up. Or trying to say, well, I hope these black pilots are qualified, even though none of them have ever crashed a plane. Why wouldn't you say that about the white pilots when there's documented over 11,000 plane crashes? I hope they qualified. So he's trying to gaslight. He's pandering to his audience, his base, by saying, look, I think all these black folks, we got to check all their qualifications. Stop.
I want to challenge us. We cover stuff up here that gets covered. Can we stop being so reactional to these type of things? Can these things stop going viral? Because they do. And folks like Charlie Kirk, they know that. If you don't think for one split second, he knew when he made this blanket statement that if I get on the pilot and I see a black pilot, I hope he's qualified. He knew that was going to get tens of millions of views. He knew it. This is the first I want us to stop being,
and I would say this is during the time where the DEI, this was a hot subject at the time. So that's the context is where this is where everybody was DEI, they're trying to cancel it and all that.
And now he's trying to explain himself, Ebony Dean, by saying that DEI opens us up for bad thinking, or I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to say.
Well, the thing with Charlie Kirk, he's just simply wrong. Like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with his name is David Fagan, and he's the one in the early 1900s during the war, went over to the Philippines and was teaching them how to fly planes. He was a black man from America, went over to the Philippines and taught all the Filipinos over there how to fly planes and do everything. That was in the early 1900s. So he can stop with all that BS. We've always been qualified to do the work. We just have never gotten the opportunity. And Charlie Kirk, your soul is resting in wherever you are, but not all of us are Denzel in flight. Okay. Some people actually have skill and they're not coming in, up there all lit and everything trying to fly a plane. No, some of us actually, respect the positions and stuff that we're in. So don't try to label us all like that, because that's just simply not true. We were the originators of a lot of things and teaching other people how to do it. So he has to stop with that.
You took my joke, Ebony. You took my joke. Dang, I was gonna say, forget that. Denzel and flight. I was gonna say that, dang it. Denzel and flight. That was real to me. That was real to me, god dang it. Could no other pilot land that plane inverted like that but Denzel in the movie. So what about that?
And there we go. And Hustler's Philosopher says, why are we continuously trying to eat at a table we are not welcome? Who brings chattel property only for chattel property to eventually eat everything? I'm guessing.
There you go. Yeah, listen, I agree with that. Trying to get invited to tables we're not welcome. It's not going to work out in your favor unless you can overwhelm whatever sector you in. Shout out to Denzel.
And the Chai Media come back, says, not true, Mr. Walker. A bachelor's degree is not necessarily mandatory for most professional positions. He says this holds true for pharma industry.
I find this to be amazing, Brother Richard. I definitely take that as fact, OG. At the same time, I would not tell any young, ambitious, melanated folks that they don't have to be a degree to take on these positions. But if you pasty skin, go ahead. You can follow this.
And there we go. Because, people act like nepotism ain't a thing, but it is, Ebony Dean.
Yeah, it's so true. And I think it's important for us to be able to come up on platforms and to be able to speak facts and debunk the narratives, because we are capable of doing a lot of the jobs. And it's not necessarily that we want to sit at the table, but you're not going to sit here and continue lying about our people and acting like we're so, incompetent to doing that. Because if we're so low IQ and all the things that people say about us and by nature we're, like challenged and whatever, that's all the more reason why we need to, get our reparations and everything, because that sounds like a disability. If you guys think that we're so low IQ and everything, and just as you guys give money to other people who have disabilities and you guys think we're so low IQ, that's all the more reason why. So we need to kind of watch our words, because words mean things. So
I ain't too good for a crazy check. I done said on camera a couple times, I know I deserve a check. All right, let me get my bread, man.
That's the whole point of what I was saying, is that I now look at everything through a hyper-racialized diversity quota lens because of their massive insistence to try to hit these ridiculous racial hiring quotas. Of course, I believe anybody of any skin color can become a qualified pilot. That has never been my contention. I mean, it's silly. It's bigoted to think otherwise, right?
All right. So let me go ahead and get your take on that then, since you disagreed with what he said before.
Yeah. So what I see is damage control, right? I don't think me and you could just walk up to an airplane pilot and say, okay, because I'm black, I want to be a pilot without zero experience. I'm quite sure they're going to make sure that you are qualified. They're going to give you some training. They're going to see what you know before they put you in the hands of hundreds of people live. So he's just doing damage control, and it is in the sense of racism, right? It sounds like DEI was more of not because of hiring people because they're not qualified. It's more of allowing black people to work in that field because for a very long time before DEI, a lot of jobs would not hire black folks. For an example, when I used to work at an agency, right, where Mexicans ruled the show, and Mexicans will hire their people before they will put their people before everybody else, and then we got like the pennies of it. And I think that's the purpose of DEI, so that won't happen. So they give everybody an equal opportunity. It don't mean that DEI simply means that these people don't know how, or you don't need to be qualified just because you black or you a woman. No, I'm quite sure you still got to show the same credentials and the same amount of experience and have the skill to be able to perform this duty.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If the NFL wanted to implement this and they wanted more running backs to be white, would you trust the running backs that they start to hire to be as qualified?
Yeah, when I see football players, we got white and black, Asian, everybody. I look at them as a team. I don't say, oh, that person white, he's not qualified.
No, I said running backs.
To me, it don't matter. It could be a running back. I want he part of the team.
Stupid. And he is. And they're all white running backs. Shout out to McCaffrey. All right. So, I mean, he's trying to, Cooley wild as hell. He tried to prove his point so bad. He's pulling up that wonky Kirk video. And now, I don't know where he just moved his goal line to outer space somewhere. But come on, brother.
See, here we go. We are talking about athletics, a realm where African-American melanated folks thrive for multiple reasons. Genetically, we are different. There's a lot of this rabbit hole worth of reasons. Not the same. Not the same. In athletics, we have a physical advantage. Shout out to our ancestors, all that cotton picking, all that stuff. Y'all don't. Y'all don't have a clear-cut advantage when it comes to what is it? Avionics? How you said aviation? Yeah, there you go. You don't have a clear advantage when it comes to aviation. That's a bad analogy, Cooley. Terrible try.
So, welcome up, brother TJ. What you got?
Yeah. First of all, let me just make it clear. Not all of us are from Milwaukee are like Jay Prince. I'm from Milwaukee. We're not. Every time they talk about y'all talk about Jay Prince company, y'all talk about Milwaukee so bad, and I'll be like, look, yo, y'all don't know that I'm from Milwaukee.
I'll say this though. I'll say this in this moment. JP kind of got Cooley on the ropes. Like Cooley doing a lot to try to prove. What, Ebony? Am I tripping?
I was going to say this is the most intelligent I've ever seen Jay Prince. He was making points. I was actually going to say something, so I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah, Jay Prince. That's what's up. Good for him.
The fact that JP can stand on his ground here shows just how stupid the comment made by Kirk was. Yes. JP can even defend the position. Go ahead, TJ.
And a lot of people don't really know what DEI actually is. They conflate it a lot of times with affirmative action, and they're not the same. You know what I mean? They're really not the same. And DEI was really there for the rainbow community to get their fair shake at upward mobility. That's really what it was for. It had nothing to do with us, but they disguised it like it's for Black folk because it's, you know, anytime they want to get anything ahead, they'll just attach themselves to our narrative. But let me tell you something about Charlie Kirk, what he doesn't understand. You know, people like Charlie Kirk and the mindset of Charlie Kirk throughout this history, they want Black folks to go get their own, build their own, and leave them alone. And every single time we try to do that, they come try to delete. They come destroy it. They come delete us. They come burn it down. They come meddling. when we decide, okay, we're gonna go over here. We're gonna do our own, build around, do our own thing. Here they come getting angry about it because it's actually working like it's supposed to work, and they can't tolerate it. That in our history in this country has been littered throughout this. So I don't understand why they get so angry. If you want us to not bother you for your stuff, then when we go build a city out of the desert, let us be.
They can never do that. They gotta have somebody to look down on, TJ. They cannot see these ninjas. We supposed to be lower than their trailer park trash. Yes. How dare we think we can go out into uninhabitable land, swamp, and desert and make something out of that, TJ?
Did you hear about the story? And I'm sorry I don't have all the details about it, about how Africans that escaped slavery in the Carolinas, they migrated into the swamp. Yes. And they literally built up the swamp and they end up. So we literally have done, I know we're talking hyperbole a little bit, but we literally have done the things that we make cliches about. We literally have done it. We built lands out of dirt, out of nothing. Rosewood was built out of nothing.
Amen, yeah, and brother. To piggyback off of what TJ was saying, it was the Great Dismal Swamp. That's where people were escaping. They weren't escaping to go up to the north. They were escaping to be in those swamps. And we lived in those swamps for hundreds of years, going undetected. Why? Because we knew the terrain of the land. We knew how to work with the animals, and because there were panthers and leopards and all sorts of snakes and everything, but we were familiar with the land because we were here first, so we knew how to build all around that. We built homes in trees and everything, and the reason why the white people, they couldn't stand it because they were scared to go in there because they knew of all the animals and stuff. So we went undetected, and we lived for generations and generations, for hundreds of years in there, just living, kind of wild. That's why the Seminoles were like it's like the wild one or whatever, because we were living off the grid and everything, and we made it shake, out of nothing.
That would be a mean new Jordan Peele movie, a new Jordan Peele movie that centered around back in the day, colonizing white folks trying to go into the abysmal swamps and not working out so well.
Just to harken back to your reparations a little bit. When we were promised 40 acres and a mule, every enslaved family was promised 40 acres and a mule. People don't know where they carved that land out from. That was land from Virginia all the way down through the Carolinas. So had the entire United States would look differently had they held true to their promise of giving every black family 40 acres and a mule. We're talking about from Virginia all the way down through the Carolinas to the tip part of Florida was designated for us. Think about what the country would look like now if that actually happened.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot to take in. And shout out to EV. He says, I ain't late, Mr. Walker. Patriots quest for 7.
You late. Glaze council symbol. He's finally here.
And shout out to Tanisha Talks TTV, says Cooley is another sellout. He talks so bad about black women having multiple baby daddies, and he recently married a white teen woman with 2 kids.
Oh, he married her. Oh, that's so sweet. Shout out to Cooley.
So, yeah, that's a whole rabbit hole. But I'm gonna let this go. Hit the like button.
A lot of people football favorite black favorite quarterback was Brett Favre.
No, I'm talking about running backs. I'm saying running backs for a reason. Yeah. I'm saying running backs for a reason because historically, black people filled those positions.
This is terrible.
And always filled those positions historically. Not all, but the majority of running backs are black. No. But it's for a reason. Because black people happen to, run faster, stronger, and just be better in that position on juking ability and having the skills than other races. So if the NFL was like, well, we got all these black running backs, right? But we need to be more inclusive. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to change things up in our hiring practices and our recruiting practices. We need to be more inclusive, and that's what we're going to prioritize. More white running backs. My question for you is, would you trust that the football team has the best person in the running back position if you see that the running back is white? Do you think that this white running back is actually better than these other running backs that could qualify for the position? Or would you question he probably not the best?
Well, it don't work like that. First of all, you just don't wind up in the NFL. All right. So it's going to be show and prove. You're going to have a body of work that proves that you are capable. Then you're going to be in NFL, and then you're going to have to produce there. So it's all production based from the start. So, I mean, you can't just wind up an NFL running back. You gotta have a pedigree.
And shout out to sports. Sports don't care about racism. Sports don't care about none of this bull jive. If you fit the position, you will be there. The majority of defensive linemen are black, and the majority of white offensive linemen are white. There's a reason for that.
The majority of the skill are black. Call what it is. White folks is slow. White folks is slower than black folks. Bottom line, we can't sugarcoat it. All right, we can outrun y'all, out jump y'all, out all that. But y'all can pass block and stuff.
There you go, because y'all big and heavy.
Yeah, and if we can do all that with a damn ball, we can do that in all areas. You know, we're more than just shutting up and dribbling. We can do it all too. So they can't just use us on the field and on the court and everything, but then don't think that we're useful for other areas, you know, with other careers and everything. So we're so much more than that.
Dare I say that I believe that athletics is literally the Coliseum, Ebony Dean. Like you said, all of these, the LeBron James, the Shaquille O'Neals, these juggernaut men of the world, with all their influence and gravitas, they should be running the world. But I truly believe that the United States has found a shiny diversion for all NBA players, all of them. Here's a lots of money that most of them don't even get to keep once they're done playing. If you think about it, a lot of them go bankrupt and all that. It's a shiny diversion for the most biggest, most influential black men on earth. I like sports, but then again, I can also see where it's detrimental.
Yeah, and even to the fact where for the ones who do make it out and make it into the league and everything, they always try to, kind of piggyback off of their life story. Like say they, grew up with a single mom or whatever, or if a white person takes that person in and sends them off to school or whatever, they always try to staple themselves onto that. Well, if it wasn't for me helping him out, or if it wasn't for me letting him stay at our house, or if it wasn't for us paying for his school or whatever, he would never become that. No, that man always had that skill. And just because you did X, Y, and Z doesn't mean you're the reason behind it. There was a reason why you put your money up, but they're always trying to piggyback off of our talents and abilities. And we got to be watchful of that too. And especially with the single mom narrative, it's always like a tragic story. That's why they hate the Sander boys so much, because they came from a strong Black father and and a mother, and so they hate that about them.
Amen. There you go. So what you got, man? Evolve. I want to get you in
this position that Cooley is on, because I really like a lot of the little thumbnails and stuff that he goes around. Sometimes he's has some really good points, and I think his whole gist is to say that he's a master debater. So I'm not sure if he is just debating this gentleman's position just to create the show, So, if someone is saying this point, so now I have to be, the opposite side just as a debater, because sometimes, you just get that as a job to be on this opposition. But usually this reminds me of that lady who was the other day, who they couldn't get her to say that men don't get pregnant. It's like no matter what facts you bring, this person's job is to not say that you are right. That's how he sort of feels with that thing that he's saying about the lineman. Even though you may think that because the majority of the best ones are Black, this fella is white. If he's been given $1 million, 800,000, he should be able to do the position. You should not, without him showing you that he sucks, assume that he sucks, because he should have had to go on through a training camp, qualification time, and then picked among the other best candidates to get this job. That's like the Olympics. If you lose in the Olympics, you lost among the best athletes in your position throughout the world. So you don't really lose unless, you take it that way. But you in the world competing, and that's how the NFL is. So to make that statement is really a reach versus the other man's statement is 100% correct. That's my opinion.
And I was going to say, like you say, on the surface, I get what he's saying. Like you said, you would take a second look, especially NFL. But if you are a sports fan, you're already familiar with these people. So you ain't going to go to a game and see McCaffrey back there and be like, who is that white boy? You already know who he is. You know he done put the work in. You know what he about. So that's not true. You ain't getting on the plane like, who is this? You know what I mean? You don't know the white dude from the Black dude. You don't know any of their qualifications.
Amen.
Outside their skin. So you see what I'm saying?
Foolish argument.
But what you got, TJ? I see EV back here. What you got, TJ?
Hold on. Well, listen, what Cooley is doing, he's removing the qualified part of the argument. That a lot of these stuff like the Rooney Rule and stuff like that, they want to interview or have a place open for qualified people. He's trying to remove, in his example, he's removing the fact that the person is qualified to do whatever the job is, especially with this egregious NFL example. Everybody know if you're in the NFL, the best player is going to play the position. I mean, we and Christian McCaffrey ain't the only one. Look at Jokic in the NBA. He's arguably now the best basketball player in the whole NBA. He's a white boy. I mean, he's Euro, but he's a white boy. I mean, so you mean to tell me that the NBA they are not going to let give Jokic his money, lead a team, and all this other stuff just because he's a white boy? Because there's a less qualified. Oh, what they gonna do? They gonna put what's the dude, the center for the Lakers? And I forgot his name. See, we know Jokic because he's qualified.
Look at Cooley's face. That's how much effort he put into that goofy analogy. Yeah,
Well,
it made no sense.
It's all popular to dump on blacks. You know what I mean? And to dump on these things that were put in place to at least on its face try to level the playing field on its face. We know it all, it didn't. But I'm just saying, it's very chic to do that. That's the word I was looking for. To sit there and be a black dumping on blacks. It's chic. That's why you got guys like Cooley out here doing it, and Jason Whitlock and whoever the hell else, you know.
And there we go. So welcome up, EV. I know EV got a difference of opinion. What you got, EV?
Yes, sir. I am feeling fantastic per usual. No, man. No, I mean, I actually agree. You know, I actually do agree, Walker. See, Gab, there you go, man. I agree. I don't know. I just think that what I do believe is I think that sometimes a lot of and we used to talk about Jason Whitlock. I mean, you got a lot of them, they really go too far. They go too far. I think a lot of it's disappointment. Because I think a lot of people, from what I understand, they want our people to do better. Now, there's some people that's going to rip on our people no matter what. And I don't see it from that lens. I see it from the lens of there's a disappointment. I don't like seeing Bonquisha videos. I don't like seeing us acting unseemly, even though the dominant culture does it too. I don't like seeing that from us. I still think we got to be 135,000 times better to be able to make it, you know, and because of our vast talent, I mean, we got a lot of talents, you know, I mean, our talents are real. I mean, you know, we can do some incredible things. So I really do agree with the panel. I mean, I didn't come to disagree today. I mean, you know, a lot of times, you know, I have a whole different take on things, but no, this one, I mean, I agree. I don't believe in shut up and just throw the ball. Although Kaepernick, had he done that, the 49ers would have gotten a Super Bowl ring that year, but you know, that we're not even gonna go there. Sorry, Ebony Dean, but the Patriots gonna quest for 7. That's about the best I can give you on that one. So
shout out TV Ray. Wow.
And there you go. Yeah, that's a lot of the reason I stopped watching football. Well, that's a rabbit hole. But yeah, I took that personal, the whole Kaepernick situation. I washed my hands with it all. The whole
I was there. I was never really into sports. I knew what I knew from Mr. X. But yeah, when all that went down, Gav said he was mad as hell. Said I'm over it. That was it. Yeah, that was it.
Oh, hey, yeah, I was still coaching football at the time, and I had kids on my team at the time that was, you know, took knees during the flag, and I almost had to go fisticuff with a referee one time over what, like you said, the kids was doing it because their parents was telling them to do it or whatever. But just a lot. It was a lot going on at that time. All right, back, what was that, like 2016 or something? Mm-hmm. And yeah, the one couple kids was taking knees during the national anthem, and you know, one of the referees flipped out one time. Oh, I don't appreciate that. My son is a Marine, this and that. And me and him nose to nose out on the field about to throw blows because I got to defend my kids, even though we didn't tell them to do that. But and we pretty much corrected it. That went on for a game or two, and then we can't have this. All right, we can't be out here fighting with the referees.
Here's the thing, since you touched on it. Any Marine I have talked to, active duty Marines that have been covered in blood and viscera from their duties, they ain't got no problem with nobody kneeling for the pledge. They say they're fighting for citizens to be able to stand up against injustices. So yeah, any Marine, and I know a fair amount. So stop. That's bullshit. My son's Marine. Shut up. Shut up. You can stand for your stuff, and we gonna kneel for ours. Plain and simple. But we could never come to that understanding. But that's old news and got me re-fired up again.
Yeah, that was a deal. They were trying to make us forfeit the game, and it was a lot.
Fall in place, ninjas. Y'all better stand for white man's flag, boy.
But nonetheless, shout out to Rachel with the 20 ball. Says reparations are needed. Slavery was more valuable than railroads, banks, and factories. U.S. paid reparations up to $300 per free slave to slave owners for lost property. Slaves by the D.C. Compensated Emancipation Act of 1862.
This is what I'm saying, Sister Ebony Dean. Stuff like this is documented. There's examples of them showing us that not only do they not want us to get our reparations, they have put stuff in place for us not to get them. They done paid other folks reparations.
Yeah, and even with that, and what did they do after, we were technically free and all that? Immigration came over, and then they even took the job. Not only did they not pay us or not compensate us for all the work we did for building this whole entire country, then they hired other people to come in and do the jobs for a lesser wage or whatever, and just completely cut us out of a lot of the positions too. So that's all the more reason why we need reparations. Absolutely, 100%, Rachel.
But the reparations, I'm gonna say something about the reparations, though. The reparations, it's really hard for me to, look at all of that and looking at what the Somalis are doing, and looking at that, and there's our reparations. It's like, I don't understand how any person of color, black person alive, could even go and protest anything. And if you're for reparations, all your reparations is $9 billion and counting in Minnesota. So I really don't understand what, and I know there's some folks that are not sitting this thing out, but there's some people that are out there actually protesting. Yeah, our Somali brothers and sisters, like, no, fool, your reparations is with them. It's been with them for a long time. What black place can anybody say in the United States that we can say, hey, we were here first. This is our land. They're saying Minneapolis is their land. How? How? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for black folks, we might want to take a better look at that. Like, yo, we're going to sit this one out because, we don't even have our reparations. How do you get $9 billion?
Right. And America just keeps telling on themselves with all these different groups of people because they have trillions to send over to this country and billions to give to these people and everything.
Agreed.
We got our calculators adding a whole bunch of stuff up. And I bet you that added up more than $20 trillion that they need to be giving us. So yeah, they're just telling on themselves at this point. We know y'all got the money. Reparations.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Rachel says, shout out to Ebony Dean for being beautiful and knowledgeable.
Shout out to Rachel.
So here we go. We ain't done with this video. All right. Hit the like button.
But he probably just got the position because of DEI in the NFL.
Well, if I see their performance, a real example of that will be like
not Eminem the performance. Yeah. So once again, Charlie Kirk didn't go to the performance yet. Let's just go to, if you know that this team, let's say, the Eagles. The Eagles like, listen, man, we want white running backs, right? And you don't see the guy performance yet because, once again, we don't see the pilot performance. Charlie Kirk didn't see the pilot performance. He's just saying that if he just sees the pilot, right, that the pilot is, black or just another race rather than white, he'd probably question, is the pilot qualified or as qualified than some of these other white candidates due to DEI. So my question is, just to reverse it on the NFL when it comes to running backs, would you question this white running back's qualifications over these other black running backs?
No.
You wouldn't.
Me in my mind, I'm gonna look at it, if they select him to be in this position, he's in that position. I wouldn't think none of it.
So real quick, Jay, look, I think that you are being dishonest because we all have pattern recognition. All human beings have the ability to recognize certain patterns. That's how we are able to observe and maybe get a understanding if something is going to be good, bad, or indifferent based off of the patterns, what we've experienced before. Real quick, time out, stop. Let me just finish. What I'm saying is, I truly think that you are being dishonest because you've always seen black running backs. But now if a organization like the NFL implements a rule, a methodology that, well, forget about qualifications. Let's just try to get more people in here. Yeah, forget about being the most qualified. Let's just try to get people in here that's more diverse. Let's try to be more diverse. You wouldn't question the capabilities of the running back that's in the position?
No, again, like we have white basketball players, Tim Duncan, Tony Kukoc.
You're not understanding. You don't understand what I'm saying.
I think that you want me to say what you want me to say, and that's not what it is.
No, bro, you're not understanding.
Yeah, I agree, JP. So He trying to back JP into a corner of accountability, and JP sitting up here looking at him.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
JP said, look, your thoughts ain't my thoughts. You trying to get me to say what you want me to say. And that ain't happening.
I agree, JP. Fugazi's thoughts ain't my thoughts either. He over here capping. He is over here trying to paint the narrative as if DEI meant lowering the standard. He won't let that go. He says, so if the NFL teams start looking for white running backs and disregarding qualifications, that's not what DEI did. So flawed argument, Cooley face. Anybody? What you got, TJ?
I was kind of. Oh, do I got an echo?
I think it went away. You good?
Okay. I was gonna say, Evie Ray made a statement about they want our people to be better, and I disagree because every time we are better, they got a problem with that. Just look at on a micro level. Look at Shadur Sanders. They're pissed at Shadur. Think about what they're pissed at him for. They're pissed at Shadur because Shadur doesn't have a blind side story. That's what they're ticked off at him about. He doesn't have a blind side story, and he committed the cardinal sin of being confident.
Well, hold tight, brother.
Hold on a second. They're literally trying to paint the narrative that this man cannot play football, even though we watched him succeed. He won 3 out of 4 games with practice squad players at the end of the season. We watched him outplay Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen, and he beat the dude in Cincinnati. We watched that happen. We watched him make history when he passed for over 300 passing yards against the Raiders, which no other rookie quarterback has ever done. We watched that, but they're ticked off at him because the man doesn't have a blindside story, because he doesn't have a blindside story, and he's confident. So, do they want us to be better? No, because every time we are, they got a problem with it. Even Ray, I know where you were going with it.
No. But no, I wouldn't. And the only reason I'm cutting you because that's not what I said. I wasn't saying that they want us to be better. I was saying that there were some people in our own community that might be a little critical. Some of them want us to be better, not all. But no, I wasn't talking about the others. I didn't. And maybe I said it wrong. I apologize. But no, that's not what I said.
Okay. And this whole thing with Cooley,
I agree with you.
Yep. This whole thing that Cooley's doing is so disingenuous. It's embarrassing. I'm over here with embarrassment listening to him. You would think what's coming out of Cooley's mouth would be coming out of JP's mouth. This is embarrassing.
Wow. Yes. So you got something, Manny Vol?
Yeah, this is sort of like what I see is the flaw when you see like certain things happen in the news where you have like this line that Democrats don't want to cross and a Republican don't want to cross, and even though people in the middle are getting hurt, and so it's like, you get like how we saying, kids. It's kids who just automatically go and look at patterns. As an adult, you lean on experience. So your experience in knowing the NFL is that a person who is there, whether he's white or black, unless you see that he sucks, he has been qualified to be in this position. He's like in the Olympics. Now, whether you feel like he could match the other group of persons there, he would have to prove that. Other than that, you just really doing that thing where you're saying someone in the back of the woods one day may have done that. And that's how I feel like his argument is really stretching it. It doesn't really come off to me.
And there we go. So welcome up, Papa T. I'm not sure if you've been watching. If you got anything, I'll get you in or we'll let it keep going.
Hey, good evening, family. My beautiful brothers and sisters. My sister.
Good evening, OG. Good evening, OG.
First of all, thanks to the Most High that we're here and our ancestors. And I always have to give credence to that for their struggles through this country as well as worldwide. I'm listening to a lot of what you all are saying, and affirmative action. Listen, I know about the history. Okay, I've lived through the history. Who prospered more from both groups? Come on, you all don't know this answer. White women.
White folks, you know.
White women. Okay. Now, when affirmative action started, right? You all up here in the north, black folks had the right to vote in Chicago since 1897. Okay. It wasn't no 63. I mean, this was all concentrated in the South, didn't have the right to vote. All right. So you have to understand that. Secondly, when we talk about DEI and affirmative action, what's the number one thing you would know about our history here in America? That we've always been smarter than anybody else, just based on our history and our inventions and everything. How did they do this? How did they do that? Right? And from all these inventions, who got the trademark? We didn't get the trademark. Okay? Because the money would still be flowing through the families and everything.
And we couldn't get it because of racism.
No. It wasn't racism. No, it's because they took it and they trademarked before us, just like their brother, Mr. Tenderism. We were so loving and caring. This is a perfect example. This happens because we're not aware of the information. You understand me? Because, just like Dred Scott decision, okay, we could take our case to the Supreme Court. And that was in the 1800s. So that's like, if you're not aware of the information and nobody's really letting you know about it, right? So you're in the dark. In the 60s and the 70s, look at Johnson Publishing Company, Jet Magazine, Ebony. That was going on, started in the 50s. Who do you think was downtown? Melanated people. We had brothers going to work. The buses was full of black men going to work. Doctors, electricians, construction. You understand me? We were in all fields. This is in Chicago. I can't speak for nothing else because I don't live nowhere else. In all fields, you would see that. Right? Let me give you an example here with corporations that we were working for. The Caucasian men had a problem with us because wherever they went, they had to take us along. When they go on their weekend junctures, they had to take us along. Okay? They didn't like that. So it's a lot of areas that you all don't put together when you talk about affirmative action DEI. You don't put together that when the white women, they were talking to the white man, talking about how we feel about this and that, right? They said, okay, we know these black men are smarter than us. They always had a problem because we were smarter than them in business and everything else. They said, okay. We said, you know what? We're going to start affirmative action. So we're going to make sure you benefit from it. Okay? Ebony Dean pointed out that you would have white women owning business, right? And there would be white boys working. Okay? That's part of affirmative action and DEI. DEI, tell me, you got a white woman on the company, right? How many brothers do you see working there? Or sisters? You won't. And they're making the bulk of the money from this. Just like affirmative action, same game. Yeah. Here in Chicago, you get 25% of minority services. White women were included in that. Same game. And they do the same thing. By the company, their workers are going to be the white man because they will never dethrone the white man. They're going to keep all that stuff in the family when it comes to us. So
I got a story, Baba T. There's a construction worker around here. Shout out to Braddock. And he told me a story. He's a black man. He's black. His mom is black and his father is white. His father started a construction company. The son, the black son, inherited, took over, learned the ropes, started doing his thing. But when it came time to bid on big jobs, Baba T, the big jobs, he found out the hard way that when he showed his black self up there, he wasn't getting the job. So he had to send his white father to do the bidding, which he was used to doing, and he got the job. And it was so bad that he would, now the white father show up, bid for the job, win it. Now his black son show up to do the job. He said a small percent of the time, they would tell him to pack up his stuff and go home. They still got to pay him $25,000 just to mobilize and show up. They say, here's your 25 grand. You ain't working on this site. Your white daddy was supposed to be here. That's how real it still is today.
Yes. So here we go. Here we go.
So it's almost like having Eminem. He won Grammys in a black sport rapping. Bruno Mars running Grammys over the people who actually created the black content, right? And everybody accepted, right? So that's
much differently. That example does not map on, that analogy does not map onto the analogy that I'm making for you. When you're speaking about Eminem, we were able to listen and hear Eminem's skills. So you actually can know that he's qualified because you heard it. We're speaking about before you heard Eminem. Think about this. Let's say let's use that analogy, but we're going to map it on perfectly. This is how you do it. Let's say if you've seen Eminem, but you didn't hear his music, but you seen him walking around with Dr. Dre. You're like, okay, wait. Ice Cube was around Dr. Dre. Snoop Dogg was around Dr. Dre. Some of these rappers that have great skills and was doing it for a while. What is this little white boy doing around Dr. Dre? You're really not going to believe in this little white boy until you actually get to see his skills. That would be your true answer.
Yeah, I get what
that would be. Would that be your true answer? So without hearing Eminem, would you believe that he's as talented as he would be from your pattern recognition from seeing Dr. Dre with all of these black people?
No, here's my thing. And my honest
opinion. Answer that though. Don't obfuscate off.
I hate when people control what I want to say.
I'm not trying to control. I just want to answer. Go ahead.
Okay, so if I see him with somebody like Dr. Dre, I don't think Dr. Dre is gonna I think everybody that comes around Dr. Dre, they got to be some sort of they got something behind him. He's not gonna put no loser ain't no loser or can't rap or can't do nothing around Dr. Dre. So I trust Dr. Dre based on his
from your pattern recognition.
From their pattern recognition. So I know for a fact they won't put no loser around.
So now, but what you have to do is you have to compare the white man. You never heard a white man rap and stuff like that. Yeah. You have to compare that to your other pattern recognition of seeing and hearing all of these other black men rap that was under Dr. Dre. So would your pattern recognition tell you that without hearing Eminem, that he's going to be just as good as Snoop Dogg or better? Or would it tell you that he's probably not going to be as good without hearing him?
I agree. So I don't look at no white rappers or singers as greater than the blacks because black music.
You're proving my point.
No, stop, Cooley. You putting words in his mouth. All right, Jay Prince was on the roll. All right, your thoughts ain't his thoughts. We know. You literally was like, hey, pattern recognition, and Jay Prince don't know. He in the middle of a statement. He just like, yeah, that. And then you say, okay, so is it this? I think, yeah. And you start breadcrumbing him to wherever you wanted him to go, like Scooby-Doo in the game.
That's so not fair. Like, you can't do JP like Mike Tyson. He started learning new big words and terminologies, and he won't let him go. Yeah, pattern recognition. JP found that one away for later. I'm surprised I ain't heard him throw that one around yet. He just going to agree.
Look at that smile. Look how smile. He know what he did. He gonna put an insidious ass grin.
As transparent as JP is, he still has that fear of coming across ignorant. So JP is one of them individuals that's just going to agree with you, so he don't sound like he don't know. Yeah, pattern recognition. Yeah. Now you riding along Cooley's crazy train, and this whole analogy is still wonky to this day. Talking about Eminem hanging around black folks. So is that what it takes to qualify as a damn pilot? You got to be a black man, and you got to be around a whole bunch of white folks to qualify. Like. Shout out to JP. Oh my God. JP is really, making sense this evening. The world is in turmoil.
What you got, Ebony? This is crazy.
But the problem with his whole scenario is, first of all, rapping and hip hop and all that, that's a foundational Black American genre of music. And so that's something that we created. And so, well, I'll give props to Eminem. You know, he came in and kind of created his own lane for himself. I think he is a nice MC. He's not the greatest and all that people hype him up to be. I think that, you know, him putting 50 Cent on and everybody, that was great for him. And he did, shout out to him for creating a path for himself. But that is not the same as becoming a pilot. He entered into a genre of something that we created. White people, they didn't create becoming a pilot because we were already doing that in all these other jobs. And so it's not the same equation. By no means. It's not the same. At
all. And shout out to Baba T. He says, let me land this plane. What you got, Baba T?
By no means.
Okay, let me cut off the other thing.
Okay, yeah. You know you. Baba T be having everything going. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. You know, pattern of recognition. What does that mean? That means you stole it. Okay? Everything that we done, they stole it. Right? And the white producers and everything, they want to push that forward. Okay? Because that's how it goes with everything we've done. And he talking about the let me give you an example, the NBA, right? The NBA has like a sort of affirmative action. They've been bringing in more European white men into the league. Now, years ago, about 10 years ago, like when Tony Kukoc got in, and a couple of them, brothers were saying, hey, man, this looked like the game they trying to do. And you see how they done it. So many white boys you see in the league. And they're like real explosive, taking off, you know. But we know that ain't them. We know what we can do. And it's a shame that we as a people don't understand this. We think white folks are fair. White folks ain't fair. Anything that they put out there, it don't benefit us. It's the same thing with affirmative action. I was trying to tell you, using affirmative action, Black men got kicked out of these positions down in corporate America, the banking industry and everything. And by them doing that, they already knew feminism had affected our sisters. So they say, you know what we're going to do? This is what we're going to do. We're going to have them sisters go in after them jobs. I remember that. And I said to myself, these sisters were smart. They'll see the game. I was grown then. All right? You all weren't grown then. I was grown then. And that's what I said. But that didn't work. They had brainwashed the sisters so much with feminism. I can do my own thing. Now you see how the Black community is where it is. Then they put dope into our community. So when the brothers are losing their jobs, they couldn't get another one. What do you go to? You go to dope to hey, I got the hustle. Now I'm in the hustle mode because you know back then the dope dealers was the third code and everything. So those were your first materialistic things that you started seeing. You all don't tie all this stuff together. White folks think 150 years ahead of folks. Okay. And then DEI at Trump. So now they knocked all these sisters out their jobs. They got the sisters playing that they don't like Black men. You understand me? You got brothers talking about 304s and I'm knocking them off. Man, that's the plan, man. You all don't see this.
And you know what?
You ain't been around as long as me. And I've always been militant and knew about white folks and their plan. That's why I couldn't go to corporate America. I couldn't work with a bunch of white folks. I couldn't do it. Hey, I couldn't do it because you might say, call me trouble. I'm going to say, hey, what's your name? Did I introduce you as trouble? Okay. They slick. And the same as Eminem. He stole our stuff because he was around a bunch of brothers rapping like that. Okay? You talking about what you hear? Eminem. And the same as football. When we got in, man, we were the greatest running backs of all time. And they know that. But they gonna definitely have a few white boys, quite naturally. Because they washed us. They were fullbacks in the NFL, remember? Brothers was the running backs.
Mike Allstott.
So I done landed that plane. Okay, go ahead on.
Well, I wanted to say this, Bobby T. I'm gonna piggyback off of what you just said. As far as the NBA, for instance, a lot of these places, I think they are trying to replace the melanated talent. A lot of these sports are like, we are paying big money, and we don't feel comfortable giving y'all this kind of money, right? So now, like you said, NBA, they're bringing in these European guys, and it started, like you said, back with Kukoc, and then you get the Ginobili's and so forth and so on. Now, a large percentage of the league is, European. Definitely the top guys when you're talking to Lucas and the guy in Denver and, some of these top guys, the most highest paid are, European white guys. Even that's because they started taking basketball overseas all them years ago. They want to introduce you to it, and they doing it with football. They take it to Mexico, overseas. I want to introduce y'all to the sport so y'all can send us athletes to replace these ninjas. And we could pay y'all less. So it's the same thing with music. We're going to take it overseas. We need y'all to start rapping so we can replace these ninjas. It's always a move.
I believe it's a move, again, like you said. America sees that melanated folks are benefiting too much. There's been a movement as of lately in the last few years where y'all have seen that these athletes are stopping from playing mostly football and going and buying land and becoming farmers and homesteaders. That's a thing. I can't remember the last big athlete that did it, but that's not a part of their game plan. I told you before at the beginning of this, the plan for the black athlete is to acquire tons of money, but to give it back faster than he acquired it. That's why so many athletes wind up bankrupt and down on their luck. Look at them, the Ocho Cincos, the TOs, all of them that had horse. Too many horror stories to name. But now y'all ninjas want to leave with y'all health and y'all mind. Y'all trying to leave before y'all get CTE and y'all trying to go buy land. Yeah, it's time for some Europeans to come over here. We don't like this.
Yeah, and that's why the league is so watered down now. Like, remember, like when the league was started and all the we brought our culture into it, and with the fashion and everything, and all that played such a key role in our culture. And so if you're getting people, from other countries and stuff that they don't have shoes and they don't influence, the fans and stuff to buy all that stuff, because we're the culture of sports as well. The fashion, the music, the style, everything. You can't buy that. You can't buy that from a European country or from anywhere else, because that is something that we created here as foundational Black Americans. So they can try to do whatever they want to X us out. We're not going anywhere, and we are the heart and soul, and we are the culture of this country, period. So
we probably need to create our own stuff. I'll get you in, man, Evolve. I know people been telling like LeBron and them for years they need to create their own league. It's too tough though. It's a lot of obstacles, but we will have to support it. I don't know where they would get sponsorship and all that from. So they're gonna take like a hit for income. They say we should never merge with like the Negro leagues and stuff like that. I see y'all in the chat. Some of the best players was in the Negro League. And they brought Jackie in. A lot of people say Jackie was not the best Negro player. He was the guy they wanted to make the face. There was tons of guys much better than him. But rest in peace to Jackie. He's a legend. But, he was the guy that went along. He was the one that they can get to go along and break the league up. I just need one of y'all. Come over here. All right. And then get another one. Then we going to separate y'all and break y'all whole league up.
Yeah, that would be tough. Go ahead, Ebony.
Well, and Gab, let's not forget how we were selling out the stadiums that we had when we were in the Negro Leagues. They weren't going to watch the white boys play. They were coming to the Negro Leagues to watch all of us play. And they were selling out stadiums. Everybody wanted to watch because that's where the talent was. That's why they came over and tried to pull us into the major leagues. We already had our own stuff going and it was popping, but they weren't getting people to come and watch them play because all the talent was with us. So.
And there you go. It wasn't about inclusion or being fair. Thank you. They said the Munyon is over there with them ninjas. The excitement, the culture that we can't even tap into is over there. You know what? Bob? I know you don't like the idea of us sharing locker rooms and stuff, but we can up our profits tenfold if we let the ninjas come over. God dang it, Bob. I guess we got to do it.
And here we go. So, and there was a point in time Just look at sports. I mean, time will show you, Babatino, back then, all right, we're going to let the ninjas in. Then it was mostly white and black. And then they got to a point where they say, the league is growing. We're paying y'all too much money. Let's get influence in across the world. Let's teach everybody about this. Now who's the majority of baseball players? So you still got your white guys, but now you got the Hispanics and different Asians. You hardly see black guys anymore because they don't want you in there. They try to do the same thing with football. They want it, but it won't look the same, right? But I don't know. I guess some people still eat McDonald's, so I don't know.
They gonna start. Listen, they already got talks about starting the genetically modified Olympics and stuff. Listen, we are entering into a lawless dystopian existence. The NFL about to be like NFL Blitz. They about to be steroid. They like all performance enhancement, restrictions gone. Go ahead, Viking man, juice up.
So what you got, Manny Ball?
So right off the bat, Eminem already admit that he was on steroids, because over and over he already done admit over the years that his lyrics and his greatness came from the pills. So he only came to that, he rose to that elite level on drugs, like
the Adderall,
like bodybuilding. So right off the bat, for him to get in that league with you guys, he had to been doped up. So right off the bat, and Cooley even already done show where he admitted when he said that I forgot the part where he admitted that Eminem being with Dr. Dre automatically said that this white, and that's what would make me think, if I see this white boy with Dr. Dre, I would be excited to hear how this white boy could rap because he's hanging out with Dr. Dre. So right off the bat, that automatically tell you, say, well, this white boy must be an elite athlete in rap music. So that already canceled out what Cooley saying. So he could smile, but he already admitted that just being with Dr. Dre automatically said that Eminem was in a class of his own, and it was something that you would want to find out. Now, if he flopped, that's a different thing. But I really say the truth of the matter is that it's all a playbook to knock down the Black American ego and to sort of like pull you guys down to the point where you don't get the recognition. Because if you notice, it happens in jobs every day. Instead of keeping you at that high rate, you bring in some new people and you pay them lower. And what they found out during the pandemic is that once you turn this camera on, people are going to watch. And so they automatically, it's like opening up the border. The border was opened up because Black Americans were not doing the labor work that was below X amount of pay. So they needed a whole new group of people who that would bring down the wages and everything. If there wasn't these ICE rates, you know what the cost of employment would be right now? It would be rock bottom. There would be people all over the street on every single corner willing to work for $2.50 an hour rather than go back to Nicaragua or Belize or where all these other places where they come from. That was actually going to bring the cost of everything down. And so now you would really be unemployed because you wouldn't want to work for those wages that they would pay the immigrant. And so it's all about every time when you guys make 2 steps forward, someone is coming sort of try to trip you guys down. It's clearly showing in almost everything that you guys do. And I hope that you guys do get that reparation. So persons who have that mindset of putting this money into something that would 10, 15 years down become something great, I'm excited to see it happen.
Yeah, well, if they really wanted to see us succeed, instead of bringing immigrants over to work for a cheaper wage, they should have just paid us the wage that they were supposed to pay us instead of trying to undermine us with the jobs. and with the positions and everything. If they really cared about us and whatever, no, they were thinking with their pockets. Okay. And they're always trying to replace us. Ever since they landed on this like in this country, they've always tried to replace us, always tried to minimize our efforts and all of our contributions to this country. So this is why we're where we are in America now. You can try to replace us. You can try to bring all these other people over and try to replace us, but we're not going anywhere. We are the heart and soul of this country. So the more you guys continue to do that, the more our country is going to continue to go into debt and all these other things that are going on. We're not going anywhere. We are this culture. So that's just what it is. And until they understand that, they can continue to do all these other things. We're not going anywhere.
And we got some super chats here.
We appreciate you, brother Odd Job. Says TJ, I agree, but the including Cincinnati is not it. Even the Jets beat them, but we get it about Shador. Shout out to Shador, man.
Shout out to brother TJ coming up tonight.
Appreciate you, OG Richai. Says Cooley is trying to get a viral gotcha moment from JP. Naturally, the F is Cooley talking about, not much. Shout out to the sister Rachel, always coming through. She says, I'm confused, Baba. T mentioned the Dred Scott decision. It's from 1857 U.S. Supreme Court rule that denies citizenship to melanated people and push the nation closer to civil war. Can he explain? We must talk in facts over at Truth Over Lies. Shaking my head. Oh, Bobby T, what you got, OG?
Let me get in there. Listen, the Dred Scott decision was based on the brother Dred Scott. His slave master sold him. And when he got sold, he came up to the north in Illinois. All right. Then the slave master sold him again to his own slave, and he went back to Missouri. Part of the Dred Scott decision was the Missouri Compromise, and what's in that Missouri Compromise that he took to the Supreme Court for his freedom. Okay, that's what he took, and now that he granted freedom because he was up Illinois, and his master that he had, wanted him to be free up there because Illinois was one of the free states. Now, what started the Civil War? And you're talking about with Lincoln? Is that with Lincoln, right? The Civil War, right?
I believe so. So that was in what?
Okay. The history of the Civil War is this: Lincoln wanted to send the slaves back to Africa. He sent about 400 back, and then they realized that they would lose a lot of money because the main importer of cotton was Europe. So you all got to learn this shit before you start talking. All right. And they said, we need this money here. And on that level, right, that's when the North and the South start fighting together based on the moral decisions of the North based on those in the South. And that created a conflict. And that's when all that stuff jumped off. So a lot of folks don't know about the Dred Scott decision. They don't know about all the 600 slave revolts. You got to read up on that stuff. So yeah, that's my response. Rachel. And Rachel. That's the second time I blew your argument out the way.
Oh boy.
Don't mess with me, baby. I got too much knowledge up in here. I done know more than I forgot. Know more than you. I done forgot more than you know. All right. Shit.
Shout out to
I'm learning. Shout out to Project Leroy. He says Mike Allstott got all the praise and touchdowns because of work done. Work done was that running back game was, but never got the ball inside the red zone. Listen here. No Mike Allstott slander. Mike Allstott sacrificed his neck to the game. He was running head down over everybody. Appreciate you, Project Leroy. So why are black players sabotaged during the draft? Shout out to Shador. Know too much. Don't have that, what TJ say? Don't have that blind side storyline. You too uppity, Ninja.
Yeah. And that's why I was telling y'all earlier, that's why I was so upset about the whole Kaepernick situation, that they allowed the NFL to set a precedence. Like you said, they always had rules and stuff, but man, when that happened, I said, now they got y'all by the short curlies, and here we are. You get stuff like this Shador stuff, and they get to now flex their muscles whenever they want if you ain't in line all the way.
And then they say something about, I guess Shador's boss, whatever, head coach or owner of the Browns, is the same coach that Deion Sanders was mad at and dumped water on after some celebration. He didn't like him. Like, supposedly some bad blood there.
Yeah. Madness.
Appreciate you, Baba T. Says, remember Satchel Paige got there around 50 and he still was striking them out. Oh, Satchel.
There you go. Yeah, people forget. I mean, there was a time in history where melanated folks were the baddest baseball players on earth. It's just the bottom line. So it's hard to believe it now in 2026 where you rarely see us. That's what they're trying to do with the NBA. They're trying to get us 50 years from now to not even believe that black folks played basketball, because it's going to be a bunch of Europeans and, guys from Central America. Who knows, right? And people like Michael Jordan, I heard about him. Who was he? I heard he was great. You know what I mean? LeBron, who is that?
They're going to replace Michael Jordan with Larry Bird. That's going to be the new jump, man.
Yeah, so here we are.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Always coming through. She says, what does that have to do with your statement, Baba T?
So here we are. Like I said, we ain't done with this video. I'm going to let him land this plane.
Listening to rap and stuff is a connection from blacks, right? that white man can't speak the pain of what rap is all about. But rapping and flying a plane is two different things.
But
right?
no,
rapping
Jay,
is more solely based in a black experience.
Yeah, Jay, but
flying a plane is not.
I get what you're saying, Jay. It's the same logical entailment. So the logical entailment is this. Let me explain for you and maybe the audience that have low IQ and missed it too, right? Because now you just admitted to it, right? So the thing is, when I said that, if pilots, most of them are white, because one, there's just more white pilots, right? But then you implement a methodology and a system that's in place to prioritize being more diverse. It's like, okay. Let's just put that there. Let's not put any mental in it at all. That's what's being implemented. With rappers, most of the rappers, if we're speaking about in the Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg era, and even when Eminem was coming up.
Oh, boy.
Shout out to Rachel coming through like she do. She said, Baba T, you never won an argument with me. You made that dumb statement 2 times about the Mason-Dixon line. You were wrong. This her words, OG. Knock it off. You are done, son. Here's my $100 to kick him out. Baba T. You
are a false prophet, and security, take him out of here.
Shout out to Rachel. Listen here, I gotta get my Googles on, do my YouTube research. Okay, Mason-Dixon line, remember that little deal there? But yeah, I don't know much about it. But she said she got you, OG. She said she got you.
So there you go. Baba T is done for tonight unless somebody drop 100 to bring them back.
OG.
So we appreciate you, Rachel, sponsoring the show tonight.
For sure. Appreciate you, Rachel, for sponsoring tonight's show. Appreciate you, Bubba T, for triggering her to sponsor tonight's show.
There you go. We appreciate you, sister. I see brother Leon coming to the building. Leon, have you been watching the show? What you got? Let me unmute you. There you go.
Okay. I don't know what the F I walked into, but I want a show of hands of the people on the panel that's got the first 2 albums of Eminem.
I used to have it. I say I'm sorry, mama.
Right. I want a show of hands. Not only do I have the first 2, I got the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, all the way up until the Prescription album. Show of hands of the people on the panel that have seen M in concert.
All right, what's your point? What you trying to prove? What you prove?
Okay. Eminem is arguably the best.
Relax.
Arguably. I use the word arguably.
You did. Fair, sir. Fair, kind of fair.
The best rapper.
Arguably, I guess.
And this is from a man that has known rap since the Fatback Gang. So you don't know about the Fatback Gang. So you know about Rapper's Delight and all. But the Fatback Gang was the first official rap group. But before the Fatback Gang, there was a guy in the 50s, a white man, who made an album that was rap oriented. Okay. Now, as far as Eminem doesn't need me to come up here and defend him, and I didn't come up here to defend Eminem. What I came up here to do was show you a book that scares black folks, and it shouldn't. See that book? It shouldn't scare you. We should be the most highly intelligent people in the United States. We should be, simply because the first thing that we want, our ancestors wanted to do when they were emancipated, and then when slavery ended, they wanted to go to school. They wanted to know how to read. They wanted to know things. They already knew things. They were already highly intelligent. Now, you're talking about sports, okay? Now, I'm a nerd, so I don't get into sports because I understand the nature of sports. It was from the old Roman times, gladiator days. The Romans institutionalized the games to take the people's minds off of that they were being bamboozled by Nero, who was counterfeiting money, take their minds off the Roman people. See, culture is not power. See, you're talking about, the white man stole this and the white man stole that. Look, the white man can't steal what you are protecting. If you don't protect it, the thief cannot come into your home and steal what you are protecting. If you're not protecting it, then anybody can come in and steal what you got. So I'm saying this. Whatever you got, protect it. Whatever you got, protect it. And there's a period at the end of that. And what I'm saying is this: culture is not power. If we look tonight, the reason why I wasn't up here 2 hours ago when you guys started, I was watching Marshall, the movie with Chadwick Boseman.
Shout out to Project Leroy. We definitely appreciate you, brother. Thank you kindly for that. Says Leon King, you're going to need a partial differential equations book to scare me, brother. Take 5. Listen here, I about went cross-eyed. I'm scared right now. Appreciate you, Project Leroy.
So there you go. Take 5 minutes, Leon. And
shout out to our OG. We appreciate you and respect you, brother. Says, remember, you can't debate with women, huh? They forget things, huh?
shout out to Baba T. So I don't know if that's 20 on your get out of jail fee. All right, Baba T need $80 more to get out of jail.
There we go. Yeah, we racking it up. We got a Baba T GoFundMe.
In the meantime, I'm gonna let this keep going.
Most of the rappers were black, right?
Right.
But if you implement a methodology and a practice and a system to get more white rappers in, you didn't see the black pilot fly yet. You didn't see the white rapper rap yet. Even within the NFL, within the running backs, you didn't see the white running back in the NFL on the Eagles. You didn't see him run yet. You didn't see his skills. But what you do notice based off your pattern recognition is most pilots are white, most rappers are black, most running backs are black. If there's a system to make it more diverse, your pattern recognition would raise a question in your mind to say, well, is this running back that's white, is he going to be as qualified as the black running back? Is this white rapper, is he going to be as qualified and as good as the black rapper? Is this pilot is going to be as qualified and as good as the white pilot? This is something that you would question, and you just admitted it to it. That's the end of the debate. That's all. That is all Charlie Kirk did.
No. I want to clarify what I'm saying. When I look at a pilot,
end of the debate.
When I look at a pilot, that is something universal, right? Anybody can, I look at that as like a universal thing where you could go to school and learn how to fly plane, just like driving a car, right? Whereas if I look at a white rapper, I'm gonna view him as a culture vulture, meaning that rapping is not for whites. It's not. It's really black men and women who experienced trouble, slavery, or Jim Crow.
Bro, listen. What you just said is racist. What if a white man? What you just said is racist. What if a white man said, black pilots are not for black people. This is a white thing. We invented these planes. This is more of a white thing. You're the same thing that you just said about hip hop. We can say it, a white person can say about pilots. You would call that white person racist. But when you say it about hip hop and you're speaking about white people, I guess you're not racist, right?
No.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, listen. I'll say this about both of these ninjas on the screen.
Sing along if you know the words. Don't trust them new niggas over there, leaving they nigga essence in the air. Them happy, nappy head niggas with the fingers on the trigger. Don't trust them new niggas over there.
Don't trust them. But shout out to JP. Like I said, this is probably one of JP's greatest debates. I don't know why Cooley posted this. This was not his best light. to be getting cooked by JP in any sense. Respectfully, JP.
I think Cooley desperate for content. He must be, because his argument is so flawed. Like Miss X pointed out, yes, athletics is more meant for us. Who always wins the cross country at the Olympics? The Africans or Jamaicans. You know, the folks that live in extreme heat that don't mind running 20 miles a day. There are certain lifestyles and conditions that we had to and still have to live under that make us more elite specimens. Done and done. It's genetic. But becoming a pilot, a train conductor, even dare I say a doctor with the right education and practice, you can be frail and still be a doctor. You don't have to be a physical specimen benching 400 pounds to do none of that. If you're going to be a supreme athletic specimen, you're going to have to achieve physical athletic feats. It's not the same for these other professions. So JP actually got a heck of a point.
And what you got, Ebony? So basically, Cooley right now saying white folks invented everything and they can sit there and say, what's your take?
Well, there's a whole lot to unpack, starting from when Leon was up, because Leon, I love you, Leon, but talking about the white man rhyming back in the 50s, we were rhyming on wax from the 1920s. Microphone Check debunks all that stuff with hip hop and how it started. We were already rhyming. We were the original poets and everything. That's how it all came about. And also with the Eminem thing, I'll give him Renegade with Jay-Z. Now that was my cut. I love me some Renegade with Jay-Z. But you are a guest in the culture and you did your thing, and it is what it is. But no, you are not Mr. Hip Hop, like by no means at all. But with what this guy is saying, he would have been able to, had he have had a better argument, because just saying about hip hop, that's not the only thing we created. We already did like 50 patents after slavery, and then so many more after that. The reason why we couldn't get things patented during slavery is because it was illegal.
Talk to him, Ebony.
Yeah, it was illegal for us to do it. We were the ones inventing everything, and then the slave owners were the ones getting the patents for it. After slavery, there were like 50,000 plus patents that we got and continue to do to this day. So it wasn't that we weren't smart enough to do it. We weren't able to do it. And when it comes to slavery and stuff, the slaves who were like driving the cars and riding the horses and kind of overhearing like the slave owners talking to each other, that's how they soaked up game. That's how they learned how to move around and learned how to talk to people when they were out on those runs with those slave owners. So they would go back to the plantation and talk about all the things that they heard. They were ear hustling. They were soaking up all that game, and they used that knowledge in order to free themselves from slavery. But had he brought up something that white people actually did invent, like Leon, you were talking about algebra. Well, that was an African invention, and it was brought up to Europe. Algebra is an Arabic word, and that was something that the Africans brought to the forefront. So when we're talking about mathematics and science and all that stuff originated from Africa. So we're not just hip hop and sports, you guys. Like, we're so much more. We created like so many things on the continent, and even here when we made it over to America. So there's so many things, and it's not just hip hop, you guys. We just have to continue to teach each other and do the research and learn, because we're so much more than that.
I got a short list here of some of our inventions. Traffic
Real
light.
Real quick, Mr. Walker. Let's get Leon. Leon, what you putting your hand up for?
Okay, I agree wholeheartedly.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
Leon, that was cold-blooded. I would have did you like that, but we did. Shout out to Rodius E. Appreciate you, brother. Can we add Tim Mo on Uncle Leon? That Eminem propaganda ain't sitting right with my soul. With his cat in the hat nonsensical raps. Oh, don't do him like that. He had it back, and they shot the Ebony D, man. Renegade was hot. But here we go, right quick. I'm tired of this slander. Without our influence and contribution, we FUBAR. Who invented the traffic light? The daggone traffic light. Y'all can't drive as it is. If melanated folks didn't care enough about everybody and said, you know what, we're going to help y'all stop crashing y'all Model Ts into one another. And the brother Garrett Morgan created the traffic light. Mary Van Britton Brown created the security system. Garrett Morgan, again, super, it's a lot. Gas masks. We create everything from hairbrushes, gas masks for white man's war, traffic lights for white man's infrastructure. We did all this, but like we keep pointing out, there were different things in place, racism, hatred, laws that stopped us from being able to claim what was ours. Shout out to Henry Ford. He did not create that vehicle. He created the assembly line and got the credit. But nevertheless, this is our very unique path through history as melanated people I keep talking about. But folks don't want to acknowledge it. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, could you ask that brother on the panel when we finally going to get that Blade remake? You know, Leonki.
Shout out to Uncle Tall. Come through sponsoring the show with 20 in the cash app. Says, what's good, fellas and lady?
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Always coming through.
Appreciate you, Itchy Bond. Says NFL, MLB, NBA, and the NHL sell tickets and base decisions on perceived sales, money rules, and pro sports. Nothing else. Appreciate you, Black Unity. Says, give the people bread and circuses, and they will never revolt. Roman poet Juvenal. Sometimes Leon drops some gems. Yes, that's why I always refer to this as the Colosseum. Telling you, man. Shout out to the OG Baba T. We appreciate you, brother. Says, remember the Tuskegee Airmen? They lost 2 plane escorts and bombers during World War II. They knew they couldn't let us in. Yes, shout out to that movie, man. Yeah.
Shout out to Baba T. We got 40 in the Baba T pot. All right, we trying to get Baba T back, y'all. Come on now.
Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, you ain't ish, Gavin.
Leon deserved that. But nonetheless, here we are. We're going to keep it moving. We wasn't going to talk about this, but I think Baba T brought it up. So here we are. We'll entertain it, I guess. And here this here.
Tenderism.
Pink book lessons. So it's that whole tenderism situation. We're going to see what's going on.
6 years, I ain't got to talk about it no more. But you see this here? This is genuine brisket. You don't need no teeth. This tenderism. What I'm talking about, destination 1 in the nation. I got a pack. I make it to the Gene Chandler. But anyhow, right here at destination, come get it.
Now, look at that. Look at that. And watch this.
Egregious.
Even the vibrance with the color there. And the flavor is insane. Where it's like
Destination 1 in the nation. Come get.
So the white guy from Destination Smokehouse has now trademarked the word tenderism, ensuring by doing this that Unc can go out on his own and use that word, you know, when he does his briskets and stuff. So Unc can't go on his own and say, this is tenderism, because this guy has trademarked it. Yeah, pretty smart on his part, but I think it's going to backfire on him because no one wants to see him on camera.
No, that's not smart on his part. That's straight up grimy. It's shady, very, very janky. Tenderism wasn't even his name. Mr. Tenderism is Mr. Walt Johnson, not this other guy. So no, that's not smart. That's thievery, no integrity. And I really want to know, where is Mr. Tenderism right now? Where is his family? If you're related to Mr. Walt Johnson, I need you to hit me up, because now we're hearing from all these other people at the restaurant, but we haven't heard from Unc. And the one time we did hear from him, the owner and security and other employees were all breathing down his neck. So where is his family? That's who I want to hear from. If you're the family or you know the family, hit me up.
So we'll stop here. So it's the tenderism situation. All right. I've seen this guy for a while back. Shout out to my guy, Les Barbecue. All right. Not a sponsor, but I rock with Les BBS or what is it? Texas in every way. All right. He be smoking the oxtails and all that. He owned his own joint, but this guy here was doing the sort of same stuff. And I've seen him a few times in my algorithm, and he be, you know, with the oxtails and all that. and the white guy owns it. So he was the face of it. And now they said the white dude done put him on a plane and sent him home. And now it's all white folks. Now he got all his buddies. Look, now it's all the white folks at the table. They stole his recipe. We've been talking about this all night.
What did Leon King just say? Culture is not power. Unc, that black man there, he brought 100% of the culture to this place. He was the culture. They weren't coming there to see that pasty owner. They was coming there to see that flavorful, energetic, charismatic old black man. No other reasons. The one dude, something Lee, the dude that do the food reviews, he went there to see the brother. I'm calling him Mr. Tendenism. They went to go see Mr. Tendenism, and he's gonna give him $4,000, and they would not let the brother Lee go even make contact with him. This is sick, but again,
handlers. We talked about this with the Mexican roofers and stuff. Soon as you go and try to talk to them, white man gonna come around the corner and say, "How can I help you?"
And we got to do better, man. Hopefully this, I can only say hope. Hopefully this plays out for this brother in his favor. I see the chat saying some folks reaching out to him, trying to get some trademark, something. It's a case to win. Shout out to social media. Everything is documented. That's the beautiful part of this. If things do go through some kind of litigation, social media got it in 4K. You know what I mean? But nevertheless, it don't matter. Like if you got paperwork and stuff, it don't matter, man. And most likely that white man got all his ducks in a row, got paperwork filled out. I don't know. What you got, Leon? I think it's over.
We'll get Ebony in first, then we get you, Leon. What you got, Ebony?
Okay, well, this just goes to show you guys that we are always the secret sauce, okay? Like with whatever. First of all, this man is Armenian, and with all due respect, nobody's checking for Armenian food, okay? You had the money. I believe, I know that barbecue and stuff came from the South. And a lot of people from the South, might or moved over to California and LA and stuff. There's a lot of great barbecue spots in LA. So, and it all came from the South. But with all that being said, Armenian, this Armenian man had a lot of money to back up a business and stuff. But the secret sauce was that guy. He was the one who brought the business in. He was the one back there making the food and preparing everything and making the sauce. He was the business. And where this guy messed up is thinking, just trying to not give him his props for it. This has happened time after time after time with us. We're always the ones inventing and making things pop off and stuff, and then we get undermined for certain things when all he had to do was pay that man, because if it wasn't for him behind that pit and promoting the way that he was, then he wouldn't even have the business that he has. So when you don't pay people right and you do this grimy stuff, it's always going to bite you in the ass in the end, because now look, nobody's coming to that business. Nobody's checking for him because we see how grimy he is. So yeah, he blew it for himself. Pay that man what he's owed, because he is the face of your company, and give him like a part ownership or something, because without him, you don't have a business.
Yes, and look, he even got the brother standing back there, with that. What is he supposed to be, like a 5%er or God body or something? So, and this white dude, now this dude back here acting like he, part of I don't know, some type of secret society. This is wicked.
He is standing there back there giving hand gestures. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. He just real out of place standing back there. Why don't you help your brother? Like, I don't agree that this dang Leon.
Man. One more time, Leon. You got 5 more minutes in the gulag.
I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
Appreciate you, better believes me. Says here's some more algebra for Leon King. Add another 5 to it. But yeah, you ain't supposed to sell your brother. Look at OG Tenderism, man. He all down bad. Say, I hate to see my OGs like this. And you standing back there putting up hand gestures like you somebody. Help your brother. He in distress, man.
What you got, man, Evolve, before we get back in here?
Yeah, this is sad. And it sort of showed that same he was talking about all night, how it's like the system I love capitalism. It's more better than any other system that I've seen ever explain and how it works. But it's a Ponzi scheme, and at the end of the day, they know that Black Americans are such a strong influence in markets and the amount of money that you guys control. It's better to just let you guys just free nilly and just keep, the shark just come every once in a while and just bite, like a big grouper. You guys are like a grouper, and the shark just come and bite a chunk out of you guys and just swim off with it and do their thing, So it's like, damn, that hurts. I saw the Tenzer Rhythm thing sort of unfold, and that is sad to know that happened. What is the lawyer name who got OJ off again? What's his name again?
That was Johnny Cochran, right?
Johnny Cochran. You need Johnny Cochran to come back from the grave and, sort of, because he helped the kid who they had up for murder, who had killed the little girl, you remember? And he did it pro bono and he saved them. That guy needs something like that. They need a lawyer to sort of come and, take on this case to sort of get him, because there should be some sort of record based on when he was doing his videos.
There you go.
Say that he should, even if the guy gets it, he should be a partial thing about it, maybe that he could get a percentage or even have the right to use it, because that is sad, bro.
Something. You know what? I truly believe, man, Evolve, that this has enough visibility and it's got enough, limelight that some attorney is going to reach out to him, offering that, some pro bono. I truly think it's going to happen. However, even if that's best case scenario, right? But Unc still lose if he was in position, had the knowledge and know-how to do all this right and cover his own butt throughout this process of fame and what should have been fortune. That was best case scenario. But now he is in position where he got to hope folks come to his aid, but anybody come to his aid still looking to extract. This is what it is.
Yeah, and I think too with Unc, it looks like he's a little older in age and everything, so he may not be aware of everything, but it just goes to show like our nature. We're just good-hearted people. Like we want people to do good, and so we, like with whatever job we have, we want to help people out. We want to share our knowledge, put people up on the things that we know, share the recipes and share how to do things. But at the same time, you need to be compensated for that too. But that's just the good nature that we have. We're always inviting people in and always trying to do the right things. Even though we may not be up on the business side of things. So I think that's where things differ, but it just goes to show the good nature that we always bring into the jobs and the stuff that we do, just as being Black people as a whole.
I want to hear from. If you're the family or the family, hit me up.
He has been forcing himself on camera. He is doing everything that he can to put himself into our faces and keep giving Unc less and less screen time, because he saw like, hey, this is pretty cool. Everyone loves him, but it's my business and I want to be the face of it. I want everyone to love me the same and find me as interesting, as fun, as enjoyable to watch as they do Unc, because it's my business. But you're not. I'm sorry, you are not. You should have just played your part, sat back, let Unc shine, and take this thing to the moon. No one's going to do that with you. Jordan is not coming there to throw glasses with you like he did with Unc. Celebrities that were there to hang out, have a good time, they're not going to do that with you. And you are going to cost yourself your business because you got jealous of an old man who made you famous. Unc he's a very old man, and he probably doesn't have all that many good years left. Why couldn't you just have sat back and let this man live out the rest of his life in this newfound joy that he's got with this tenderism and making these cool, fun videos? Why you couldn't do that? And then when he passes one day, which, that's sadly what happens when we get very old, then you could maybe, hey, we all miss him, and I'm going to be here to try to fill his shoes. I know I can't, but I'm going to try. That's what you should have done. That's how you should have handled this. And it would have gotten you a lot more respect and a lot more love. You should have done a mural to him, built a little statue. You would have just kept rising. But nah, you showed your colors, my guy. You showed that you were jealous and that you were a hater. Straight up hater.
And you know what? That's all he really had to do. Keith Lee coming there didn't expose them. What exposed his restaurant was their reaction to Keith Lee only trying to show love to Unc. They couldn't stand the idea of Keith Lee giving that tip to Mr. Tendernism. They all got upset over it, the owner and the other employees. It's like they backed Mr. Tendernism into a corner. He got caught in the middle of all this mess. And you can tell he wanted to make things right with Keith Lee personally because Keith Lee didn't do anything to him. It was the owner of the restaurant and the rest of the staff that had a problem. They're the ones that blocked Keith Lee's access to him. That's what happened. So he wanted to let Keith Lee know that he didn't have a problem with them, but at the same time, he was trying to stay loyal to the owner and his co-workers who obviously had a problem and even voiced it.
How are you going to tip a business owner? Tip the whole
I want to give this to Walter.
He's not the owner.
He said his name to ask me a couple of questions. To ask him a couple of questions, I meant to say. That's how he presented it. He didn't say, hey, I want to give y'all this, and in the meantime, can I talk to Walter and Nick or whatever? He literally asked for him only and said he want to give him that amount of money.
Right now, though, what's your bill? Or someone that's visible, Walter French, anybody else, it would have felt like it was coming from a place that we would have accepted, but
Tendernism, I just want to give you this. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. He doesn't need money, okay? He's well-suited. He has a salary. He doesn't need your money, okay? He's perfect right here. Leave him alone.
Tendernism, you want the $5,000?
No, he doesn't need $5,000. Okay, he's perfect. You are programmed to do what?
Tendernism.
Exactly. Okay, he doesn't need your money, okay?
But you're using him, though.
I'm not using him. He loves it here. Don't you love it here?
That white man trademarking tendernism, he's going to hell. And in a handbasket, too. The reason I say that, he has ensured that Unc cannot separate himself from the business and move on, meaning he cannot utilize the word tendernism. So he cannot go around and even profit off of what he made popular.
Yeah. So, he got beat to the punch. That's just good old white man. We've been talking about it all night. And I think Keith Lee went there to blow the whistle. Keith Lee ain't just stumble in there and, I'm going to give him $5,000. He already had some of this information. He like, I'm about to go down here and see what's going on. All right. And that's what he was up to, as he should have been. But yeah, that's what it was.
That now we got pure exploitation, wicked motive. The owner, the white dude sitting there saying Keith Lee was wrong for trying to come and see Tendernism, who the owner said was the owner. Now the owner saying Tendernism is the owner in the video. He said, why in the world would Keith Lee want to bring the owner $5,000, pay it to his staff? It just so happens that OG Tendernism is the damn staff. He ain't the owner. He is a staff like everybody else. It would have been a tip to the staff. My goodness.
What you got, Evan?
Yeah, man, this is so crazy, you guys. Because like with the whole thing, here's the thing. The reason why was it Keith Lee even knows about him is because he's a food critic and he's been watching the videos and he's been kind of putting the whole restaurant and stuff out there. That's why he came, and Keith Lee saw the finesse game. He knew that that guy had trademarked everything, and he knew that he wasn't really paying him what he was owed, and that's why he wanted to try to, throw him a couple dollars because he knew the finesse. He already knew what it was, and so for that owner to stop all that, he should have been praising him, and he should, and you know what? He should have followed up with maybe giving him a little stake in the company, or changing his position, or making him something bigger than just being, behind the camera and stuff, because he was the face of that business and everything. So Keith Lee, he noticed it, and he was trying to do the right thing because he knew he was getting finessed, and that's the whole thing.
Yeah, he was trying to give him his freedom papers. So this been going on. They've been trying to keep us on the plantation, and then they say, "Hey, there's jobs up north," and they say, "Hey, who told y'all about that?" You see what I'm saying? So they always want to keep this information. Stay away from him, Keith Lee, before you get in his ear and start telling him stuff.
This is another reason why employers are very hesitant on paying their good employees too much. That owner knew. He said, Mr. Tender, he said, you don't need much to make these tender meats you make. He said, $4,000-$5,000 will give you enough wind in your sails. You can get you a little food truck or cart, and you'll put my whole restaurant out of business with a little $1,000 cart and a grill. And we know that to be true. So he said, nah, we can't have you getting no leg up. Nah, no $4,000 for you. That's crazy. See, that's what I'm saying. Ain't no way in heck too many people standing around watching this big old white man stop this man from getting $5,000. You are insane, man.
So what you got, Brother Leon? I know you've been trying to get in.
Okay. Keith Lee wanted to give Unc 4,000 and 1,000 for the food for the guests that were there and were gonna be coming in. Unc is back at the restaurant right now. They brought him back yet today or yesterday. A black attorney applied for the trademark before the owner, and he's trying to give the trademark to Unc. He's trying to get in touch with Unc to give him the trademark. So, like I said, Unc is back at the restaurant. I want to elaborate on what Ebony said as far as barbecue. Actually, barbecue, as we know it, was invented by the Mexicans, by the Mayans and all. And it was, brought up south through Texas and in North Carolina and eastern North Carolina. We got a thing called whole hog barbecue. And, which is, we think that is something unique to our culture in this area. And where others may just have like shoulders, or in Texas, they use beef and all. We use just whole hog barbecue.
Right quick, Leon King. Right quick. Hey, right quick, brother. I'm gonna let you go. AI says barbecue originated origin traces back to the Caribbean indigenous Taino people who use wooden frames called barbecue to slow cook meat over fire. So it says it was the Caribbeans, not the Mexicans or Mayans.
Yes, I agree with you. I'd say barbecue as we know it. So,
okay. Well, Leon, where in Mexico can we go and get the kind of barbecue that we get from the South?
No, it evolved. It evolved.
Okay. So the American we're talking about American barbecue. American barbecue is a Southern staple, and right? Can we all agree on that? I mean, the cooking technique, it probably even went back to Africa if we're talking technicalities, but American barbecue as we know it, you can't go anywhere in the world and get the barbecue that you can get in this country.
Agreed.
Oh, okay.
Agreed. I said I wanted to elaborate, not dispel your argument, but elaborate. And I just wanted to bring up some clarity concerning, Unc's. And I agree with all those on the panel that are talking about, culture and techniques, just like what is that? A couple of liquors, what is it? Jim Beam or Jack Daniels, one of them, which I don't drink anymore, not since a teenager, because it put me on my ass. And, I don't drink stuff that put me on my ass anymore. So, so what I'm saying is that I agree with the panel, but as far as, just like Ebony Dean said, we invented algebra. Mathematics comes from the dark-skinned man, So, when the Europeans were living in caves, we were inventing, mathematics and science and all kinds of things, because man is born inherently intelligent, and all. It's only through our degradation that we allow ourselves to become animals and all. So the thing is that, I'm in full agreement with those who understand that the black man was over in the United States as we know it in North America long before Columbus, long before slavery. They try to say that, well, blacks have been over, slaves, Africans have been over here since the 1600s. No, we were all here when they got here, simply because we knew how to build boats because of Noah, and so, it's just like Samson. People they cannot get away from the fact that Samson had locks. He had 7 of them. So they shy away from that and everything, but they put in a movie just this past December called David, making him looking high. With they've always done this, as far as with the biblical, except Samson. Now, Samson, they always put him as a dark-skinned man because they couldn't get away from the locks. But, the Israelites have, and I'm not talking about Hebrew Israel, all of this. I'm just talking about his history. And the reason why the Israelites could blend in, Moses could blend in with the Egyptians was because of his dark skin and all. But they knew who, it's just like, people say, well, what is it? The French and the English, well, they're white people. No, they consider themselves to be French and English and all, and Italians and, Spanish and Portuguese and Dutch and Norwegians, so they don't consider themselves to be white. We over here coined that term. It's just like in South Africa. They learned apartheid through the United States' segregation. So, it's like this. I don't disagree with what I'm saying is this. We know that the black man has always been athletically stronger than the Caucasian man because of our ancestors grew up. But I'm saying that, in addition to the physical, let us strengthen our minds.
Okay. You cooking, Leon. Yeah, what you got, Ebony?
Yeah.
We're going to get Brother Stephen in.
Can I say one more thing?
You let's say about 18 things. Go ahead.
We know that the Constitution was not written for us, but it's ours now. Learn the laws of the United States because this is a nation of laws. Only through the law can we get the power that we need so we can get reparations. Look, the Constitution says that we deserve a check, but the largest caucus in in Congress is the Black Caucus, and we have elected these people in office, and they have not done what we have told them to do. So we need to get a new caucus in there of people who are going to do what we tell them to do.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of what you were saying, Leon, for sure. I think in cases like with UNC and stuff like that, sometimes people just need the opportunity to showcase what they know and showcase how talented they are and stuff. And for cases like with UNC, we talk about reparations. We talk about giving us an opportunity in order to you know, to get an education or to start a business or to do something that could be great. And if we're given the opportunity, we see how creative we are. We see how much we contribute to this country as a whole. Just think about all the things that we can do if we were just given the opportunity. And even going back to the pilot situation, you know how many Black pilots could possibly be in our, you know, within our lineage or whatever, if just given the opportunity. Doctors, lawyers, all sorts of different professions, if we were just given the opportunity. That's why reparations is so important. And everyone wants to talk about how people will trick it off. No, we'll actually do the right things with the money and actually showcase how talented we are, how smart we are, how innovative we are, because we've been showing this country for hundreds and hundreds of years. So that's what that would be for.
There you go. Shout out to Sister Ebony. What you got, Brother Stephen? I don't know how you gonna follow that up.
Good luck. Try.
I'm going to follow that up by saying good evening to the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Look, I had to come up. I had to, because y'all have been entirely too serious for far too long. It's just crazy. Ebony Dean, I hope you got my email. Man Evolve and Richai, I'm sorry about that. I'll get with you. Send me another email when y'all hook up or whatever. I'm game. This situation, I just looked at this situation from the whole, just from what I watched from you guys. We have an older Black man who's got experience and skills and a little bit of razzmatazz that only us Black folk have. Working for somebody, I think somebody said that he's Armenian or whatever. My questions would be for anybody in that who works in that shop. Like, one, how long has that the owner actually been in this country? Was he born here and he's just Armenian lineage, or did he just come over here in the last 5 years or something? I don't know. But I wonder if he had that ancestral ego that, yeah, I'm going to take from somebody who's of a different racial group, colonize it, call him my own, and I'm going to shove him in a corner somewhere, and I'm going to pretend like it's mine, like that colonel with that Southern chicken. Okay, we all know what happened there, right? So it's not a new play; it's the same play. They've been doing it for centuries. But I do wonder if people would even have the thought of getting together and either him joining another place, or like I think Mr. Gavin, it might have been you, get him a food truck and be co-owners or what, and see how much further he can get, since he's already nationally known now. And it's so easy now with the internet that so many people can contribute like $1, you know, and then 6 months from now, he could have his own business, and let's roll with that. Right. So that's enough of my seriousness. I can't believe that I was up here, or Leon was up here so long and didn't say anything biblical that I disagreed with totally. It's absolutely unfathomable. Gavin, on behalf of everybody that you have cut off and banished to the shadow realm, when I find you, Ninja, because there's a long line of people coming after you now because of that button. And I wanted to just say, with all the people getting timed out, the $5 or $10, I feel about that like how Mr. Walker feels at a good-looking man competition in Pennsylvania. I feel left out. What about me? How come nobody paid me any money to time me out? What's up? I'm not a big enough villain for you guys.
I told you, I did to y'all superficial world. I'm proudly ugly. I got you some information, Stephen James, the brother Nick. So he's been doing this since 2016.
Okay.
The owner, he first started a coffee shop in Hemet, California, 2016.
Okay.
2019, he took over, expanded the menu, and early 2020, Mr. Tenderness and Walt joined introducing barbecue. So Nick wasn't even selling barbecue via Google AI until Mr. Tendernism came into the show.
Bang.
Wicked work.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all I got, guys. I just wanted to chime in on that. And yeah, Walker, I'll threaten your life another time. Gavin, you just got yours. Ebony Dean, yeah, hit up my email or whatever, because there's something I want to ask you. And incredibly good show. Even Mr. Leon, where's he at? Did you
He's
banish
still
him
there.
again?
He in the shadows.
Hey, Mr. Leon, I got a question. How do you feel about Aerosmith, Creed, Nickelback?
Hold on, Steve.
Restamp that.
Hold on, brother. No, not right now. Not right now. What you got, Ebony?
Can I answer that?
No. What you got, Ebony?
Oh, I was just gonna say with Nick, the Armenian who started his business in 2018, and there's nothing Armenian about barbecue or whatever. But let's not forget that sometimes when immigrants and stuff come over, they qualify for all these loans that we don't get qualified for, and all these set asides and all these things that they get to start businesses that we don't qualify for, which is all another reason why we need our reparations. And so they're able to come over and start businesses and create opportunities for themselves that we're not able to do. But then going after our people's creativity and ingenuity in order to make money off of it. So that's another part of it. Just coming over from a different country and qualifying for so many things that we don't even get. So
that part, they'll never acknowledge that, sister. Appreciate you, brother. Our job says don't go there. The side dishes is whack, especially the mac and cheese. No tenderism. Says we don't like ugly, like the Kardashians using black men for a come up. Talk about it. Money. Appreciate your sister, Rachel, always coming through and supporting. She says a few months ago, Baba T was wrong, stating affirmative action started in the 1980s. It began earliest in the 1960s under President Lyndon B. Johnson. It was just Baba T nonsense babble. Shaking my head, laugh out loud. Appreciate you, OG.
Appreciate you, Rachel.
Shout out to Uncle Tall. Appreciate you, brother. Says just like Paula Deen getting rich off of her Black Friends recipe. Sal Paula Deen. Did y'all see that age? Paula Deen had a little eating gathering, and she had all black folks serving her. She said, "Yeah, like back in the old days." That was wicked.
MAGA. What you got on that, Leon? You got something on that?
Yeah. Dean wanted a party where all the black servers dressed up like slaves.
Yep.
And served them, But there was a chick by the name of Dora Charles that she got all her recipes from, but she only paid Dora like $10 an hour, and Dora worked for her for years. Now, there's a new update on Unc within the last 2 hours where he's responding about him being fired. Unfortunately, I closed out my window where I had SBS, on YouTube, and I'm still on StreamYards. But when I pulled up trying to go back to it, there's a new update where he's, so if you guys want to find it, it's on Hype, the Hype channel, the comedy Hype channel, I believe, or something like that. But anyway, so I'm just saying, we're about truth over lies over here.
Let me ask you this. Leon, would you eat at a table? Would you eat at that table with Paula Deen?
Would I eat at that table with Paula Deen where she has servants dressed as slaves?
Yes.
Yep.
Fuck no.
Okay.
I thought you liked the good old white folks.
Hold on.
I'm shocked.
I said good white folks. There's two types of white folks in this world. There are white folks, then there are crackers. You need to stay away from them crackers.
Granted, Leon. All right. Well, here we are. Speaking of that, it's a good transition. Before we get out of here, I told y'all the Black Panthers is back. The only bad part is they up in Minnesota. I don't know what they doing.
Our stance is, for illegals. We're not gonna step in front of that. That's not our fight. That has nothing to do with us. You know, we're not going to step into that fight and going through the community defending somebody that we didn't even want to be here. You know what I mean? We got brought over here. We didn't want to be here. And this is a problem we've had since our shackled feet have hit the soil. So we've always had the SWAT teams coming in our communities, doing whatever they're doing. And sometimes, yes, they do pick up the wrong people and things of that nature. This is the same situation. It's just got a different name. It's a raid. It's just a different name. And so, yeah, we're not in that fight. But as far as our other brown folks and things like that, we do stand up and defend, you know, the citizens and the poor and the things like that. But as far as illegal immigration, yeah, that's not our fight. That's not something we need to get into.
So what are y'all there for? Like you trying to say there is, you know, some reports of, you know, black folks being harassed, but are y'all there protecting the Somalians? Are they the colored folk you talking about? He say they ain't there for the illegal immigrants, but where do y'all draw the line? You know, are you out there like the ICE guys? You checking people's IDs? How do you know?
Yeah, come on. I don't know. I need more. You know, here's my take on this. You claim to be representing the coveted, you know, Black Panther Party. You got to come with that smoke, man. I don't know. Y'all looking way too. I don't know. They looking way too friendly for me. You know, I don't know. He up there smiling and stuff. I don't know.
Well, I was going to say this, not so fast, Mr. Walker. It appears friendly, but...
Man was at a protest in Minneapolis, Minnesota yesterday with this firearm out in the open. And I've watched all of the footage that I could possibly find on this. I didn't see him pointed at anybody. I didn't see him threaten anybody. He didn't menace nobody. He didn't hurt not a single soul. He was just out there practicing his constitutional right to be able to carry, and he followed the law. And yet somehow I still see a whole bunch of people freaking out online about him having this firearm. You're weird as fuck for that. If he's not breaking any laws and he's exercising his constitutional rights and you have a problem with that, that's your problem.
I don't have a problem with the constitutional side. I got the problem with this young black man up in Minnesota defending something that he shouldn't be. You liable to get deleted up there. You walk around with a rifle protecting, like y'all. On one hand, y'all say y'all ain't protecting immigrants or whatever, but y'all up here with rifles. What are y'all doing?
Yeah, listen here. Now I'm big into firearm safety, and he up there got his sweatshirt sleeve over his hand. You know, and I don't see his fingers showing.
As hell. They ain't out there like them U.S. trained guys they gonna send in there that's used to the. It's about negative. You heard Squeegee. It's -7 degrees. It's cold as penguin ass out there.
And we melanated folks. So if we gonna do stuff like this, we got to look the look. Show proper trigger discipline. Be out there in the proper PPE. Don't be out there, you know what I'm saying? That's just bad look. But nevertheless, yeah, we got just as much rights to walk around with our firearms out too. Just take what comes along with it. I used to be one of those people, believe it or not. Yeah, just the damn attention got too much. I don't like folks looking at me as it is in public. Now you walk around with a big old 357 Magnum on your hip. They all looking.
So, what you got, Sister Ebony? The Black Panther Party back? I don't know.
Gav, I'm gonna need you to go back to the other still shot of the two guys that look like they got their Black Panther outfits from Hot Topic, thinking they're coming up there trying to really put people on. Listen,
you don't like that hat, Ebony?
No, yeah, that hat is Hot Topic. Okay, it was probably on sale, but listen, he's talking about, you know, from the time we hit the soil and, you know, backing up immigrants and stuff like that. This is not our fight. We were already here. We're not the same as immigrants. We don't have that same fight. And I believe that the spokesperson or the leader or whatever for this new Black Panther Party is part Hispanic. You know, they were calling him Herberto P. Newton and all that. So it's not the same thing, y'all. Don't get it twisted. Don't be deceived. Just listen to people's mouth and what they're talking about, because our real Black Panthers will never co-sign this effery that's going on today.
Yeah, today, you know, too much. We got to do things in secret. And I don't mean like bad, insidious, detrimental secrets. Whatever stuff we got going on, we got to learn really to start playing chess coming out here knowing what they did to the original Black Panther Party, as organized and as gung-ho as they was, you see what happened to our brothers. May they rest in peace. We need to have structure, and I hate saying it, but secrecy, man. We don't need to be out here letting everybody know who our leaders are, because they're gonna delete them. We got to find more tactical ways about going through this stuff. I like the energy, I love the energy, but we got to get a desired outcome now.
So there we go. Welcome up, Triple X. Been a long show. How you feeling tonight, brother? What's your take on this? You know, the Black Panther Party and everything.
Salute, everybody. What's going on? How y'all doing? All right. Salute to you. Salute to you. Ebony, man, your drip been crazy lately, man. Shout out to Seahawks, man. You just been drip. Yo, you ain't playing on them. Okay. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Yeah, this is this topic is red meat for me, man. This is like, come on, putting this in front of me, man. Yeah, we got Julio P. Newton down here, man. We got Jose Gonzalez P. Newton over here, man. This is too easy, man. It's too easy. Listen, simply put, this is not a real organization. Like, it's not real. This game's being played. You know what this is, Gavin X, Mr. Walker, everybody else? You know what this is? This is the ops with money sitting back, having fun, to say, you know what? They think they're pushing back on us. They want to delineate and have FBA and everything. How about this? We're going to bring the Black Panthers back. Let's see what they got to say about that. They pro-black. We're going to bring the Panthers back. And that is for real. They back there pulling the strings. They got money. They like, yeah, that's what we gonna do. Ain't nobody ever seen or heard of this guy. Now all of a sudden he's on the forefront. Like, where does guy come from? You know, this ain't nothing but games. Don't go for the okie doke. I'm not supporting this movement. It's not a real movement. They're not rioters. They was nowhere to be found when George Floyd was being executed. Breonna Taylor. Tamir Rice. Where was this at? This was nowhere. This was nowhere to be found. This is nothing but games. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. This is a affront to the real Black Panther Party. This me taking it easy on them, man. I could really go in. I'm going to pass the mic, though.
Well, it seems like this new Black Panther Party comes back like every 10 years, like cicadas or something. Every few years they pop up. They'd be like, am I tripping?
No, you're not. You know, here's the thing. One thing I learned in the United States, you are allowed to assemble a militia. And I remember doing Cooties 19, out of nowhere, there was some happening around here where we stay, and all these armed militias seem to spawn out of nowhere. But they didn't come out of nowhere, and they were all white for sure. And they didn't spawn out of nowhere. They had been organizing behind the scenes on different back page communication sites, and they've been building that way. As melanated folks, we always got to show what we got going on, and we must stop that. We don't have to show everybody our shiny things, and I was guilty of it too, and all of the ammunitions we got. That's not our place. We can't go about things like as white man does. We don't got the same privileges. We don't have the same loopholes. We got to be more secretive. I'm stressing that. But this here out front, without billions of dollars and other things, this ain't it for us.
And yeah, people have been saying forever, Huey P., so many people, the revolution will not be televised. So that's a real thing.
It's not to be on TV, sitting here telling you every move, showing everywhere you're at. We got to stop got to stop wanting to be in the limelight.
Yeah, and just coming out at this time with all this immigration and stuff going on, this is a wonky time for you to come out talking about you're the new Black Panther Party. This is not our cause. This is not our fight. So why are you coming out with your capes on trying to save everybody? That is not Black Panther behavior, because they were fighting for something for their people, for their cause, not just trying to cape for other people. This is just not our fight. So them coming out the way that they did, I don't respect it at all. This is
just using the name. Right.
Exactly.
If they would have came out first of all, the fact that his brothers would still be a concern because it's a lot of brothers in. But if they would have just came out and been like, look, you know, we got our new party or whatever. But you're trying to use the name, the look, the swagger. You're trying to evoke emotions, nostalgia here of an iconic group, you know? What's next? The Black Liberation Army knockoff or something? Come on now, man. They need to quit this.
The Not Effing Around Coalition. See, we all got a bad taste in our mouth from the Not Effing Around Coalition. That was our new age Black Panther party, and we all see how that failed to do. I think all them ninjas is in jail or prison right now. But
hey, my audio messing up. I'm gonna drop off and try to come in the app. My bad.
Okay, brother. But yeah, I believe, shout out to said in the chat, we gotta gatekeep. Yeah, I don't like the word secret because secret got a bad negative connotation. We gotta gatekeep certain things. Gatekeep for our safety, for FBA's purposes, man. We got to. Appreciate you, Project Leroy. Says people, Hernandez P. Newton, they definitely are fed. It's not the ops.
I tell you.
Shout out to Everson Clark, come through with the dub. We appreciate you. He says, y'all better start putting some respect on my state and city. Some of you washed down activists ain't never lifted a finger. Respect the soda, Minnesota. God damn. Appreciate you, brother Everson. Says, you can be a man and not a warrior. It's okay. MLK fought how he could. Indeed, brother. Indeed. You muted, Mr. X.
I was saying, here's the thing. The new Black Panther Party is very inclusive. So this is them. All right, listen to them.
Paul, I'm the chairman of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, and on behalf of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense and every revolutionary nationwide that agrees with this cause, I want to first, I'm telling all my comrades, every Black Panther out there, we're going to stop calling the pigs pigs and we're going to refer to them by their actual name. We're going to call them the slave catchers. So when you confront the slave catchers, call them slave catchers. When you address the slave catchers, call them slave catchers.
So this is
oh my goodness.
This is him. Look at this. This is inclusive. We got Eskimos. We got Bonquisha. Bonquisha was clocking tea. How the hell you clocking tea in the middle of a Black Panther meeting? I see one brother back there that's FBA, maybe. The rest of y'all, we got LGBT. We got 600-pound life. Everybody up here.
Do y'all not understand what a splinter cell is? What a mole is? You're supposed to make it difficult to have moles and splinter cells in your situation. Golly. If I'm some Klansman, I'm like, oh, I know the dude there in that yellow green flannel shirt. Yeah, I'm gonna make him a proposition he can't refuse, and he gonna be my mole. Y'all need to stop. We are too inclusive. Goddamn, sorry, I'm gonna start yelling. Everybody can't be invited. This is for life. This organization is supposed to be fighting tooth, nail, blood, and bone for life and liberty. It's not some damn cosplaying little gathering club. Everybody cannot be invited.
Yeah, and see, Bonquisha got the flyer from somewhere and was like, Black Panther Party, I'm going to show up. And Hector and Jose and Rosarita and Bob from the job all showed up. Look, Triple X, if we would have walked into this thinking that this is like the real thing, this looks like a little job, training or something. Like, this ain't nothing. Look at the leader.
I feel you. This is just ridiculous. And what's crazy, they got Latinas. The Latina group was the Young Lords, not the Black Panthers. What do we got going on here, man? Like, oh man! Wait a minute. In the Asian group was the Yellow Tigers. Man, they wilding, man. What is going on here?
Listen,
that man evolved. What's your take?
That's the group right there.
Yes.
That is the group right there that's going to take your money. You see that? Look at that group. That's the group right there that's going to take your money. And if they don't take your money, the top group heads are who going to take the payment, and the rest of them is going to just be glad to run around shaking palms. That's who can take your money right there.
What money? Are you talking about reparations?
Any money that y'all was trying to get for that FBA, somehow they can figure out that this rainbow group right here is going to be the one who is going to do the talking for y'all and figure out where your money can go. You watch and see. You see how these people just appear out of nowhere when y'all need to be together so that y'all, listen, like the Somali group, right? That Somali group get all the money because they was together as a group, and they went to the representatives, and they could say, hey, we got 80,000 people here. This is what we need. And they just write the check. And they was getting the check for 10, 12 years, hundreds of millions of dollars getting shipped out every single day.
Listen, Manny Ball.
Take your money.
Hold on. I don't like how excited you get when you get to talking
no,
about.
We see this. Listen to me. This is a Trojan horse. This is a Trojan horse I've seen for years.
Listen, this is what we initially had smoke before a few weeks ago. I told you that you be too excited. All right, it's like you wanted to happen. But you on? Who sent you? Who sent you, Manny Ball?
Somebody have to be the feds, right? I'm not the feds, so you got to keep looking. Somebody have to be the fed in the group. They can send someone to be in the group, but I'm not the fed. I'm just a person who I usually like to watch these sort of scenarios, and so when I watch them happen, I smile. This is happening in the Bahamas all the time. There's a woman who I met. She was working for this $1 million house, right? She was like their caretaker. And this is after a hurricane, and we went there to do some cleanup work, you know, on a side job because nothing was going on in the islands because the island was destroyed. And this woman could make furniture become the most beautiful art in the world. So I was like, Miss, why you don't open up your shop? The people who own that house told her that she couldn't work for no one else, and she couldn't even open up her own shop where she could do that as a side job. They had a lock in the house like a slave. And I mean, I'm talking this woman had a gift. She could have been a millionaire easy, just making handcrafted furniture and covering it with that chic, soft wool and stuff like that. The house was amazing. And this woman did that whole house by herself, maybe making $10 an hour. And that's that group right there. That group right there, that's your old fans right there. You all better watch that group.
Okay. What you got? Let's get Ebony in. Let her respond to you.
Well, man, Evolve, I think the feds is Colonel Karen right there, and Connor, the commander, in the back with the Kango to the back. Those are the feds. And Connor, the commander, is making sure that Jose is saying all the right things, and she's orchestrating everything. Man, this is so performative, y'all. This is too. Look at her jacket, y'all. This is crazy.
She got the military fatigues on. The drip crazy. Hold on, Gavin.
They went on T-Move.
Hold on. All she need to do is sit out in that chair with the spear, man. You know that iconic photo, man. It's over.
Absolute blasphemy. I tell you how we are too inclusive. I recall being in college. If I found my way, going around making it to parties on the weekend, and I found myself in a predominantly white frat house, they was going to end up kicking me out and calling the police. Happened every time. However, if I took one of my white buddies with me to one of our black house parties, he left there with a sister. Yeah. That's how they were welcome. Oh, you got the white dude over there getting twerked on in the corner. Because some sister want to know what white weenie is like. But when we show up, you guys to go, ninja. So I witnessed just these small little incidents, just like I said, in little college. But on the grand scale, we allow too many people when It's not that they don't have our best interest at heart. They are there to destroy. That's what makes it so bad.
Yeah, facts, man. This is an agenda to attack FBA. Really, this is a I can't say it's a low key. This is a high key diss to FBA. Panthers was an FBA group, pretty much for the most part. This is a diss. This is a psyop. This is COINTELPRO. That's the name of the group. It should be COINTELPRO.
Yeah. And I was going to say that, like Mr. Walker said, a lot of these groups, a lot of these clubs, y'all see a lot of these, I know back in the day when I was shooting pool, I used to play pool back a long time ago. I was in a pool league, and it was mostly white bar. It was black and white people on the team though. And we was going to play against the team. I think it was like a Ukrainian club or something. And they was like, no black people allowed, right? Like black folks ain't allowed. So it was a conundrum because half of our team was black. And they was like, we ain't about to forfeit the game. So they had to negotiate something with these people. We went there. They're like, y'all can come shoot pool and y'all got to go. But it was still, and this was probably less than 15 years ago. So they was like, and the place is still there. I don't know about how they run now, but I've never been there but that one time. And they got, the button at the door to let you in, very secure, low key. And it's day stuff. And they let us know black people ain't allowed in here.
Right. There's nothing wrong with these rules and regulations. As black folks, we need to learn how to articulate ourselves. Like Mr. X said, they sat there and they had to come to an agreement, but they spoke. The folks that own the place let them know where they stood, and they made a compromise for the moment. Not no, you know what, you're forever welcome. No, we need to be the same exact way. Shout out to Farrakhan. We need to observe white man and his endeavors because he's extremely successful. Not become him, not take on his insidious ways, but observe the business ventures, chew up the meat, spit out the bone, and move accordingly on U.S. soil. We need to do the same thing. It's okay not to be all inclusive. You don't have to be enshrouded in hate or bigotry. Just know only our people out here because we trying to build something. You should understand that.
See,
Oh, you can go.
No, I was saying, and that's the whole trick about that rainbow group right there. Because how could you ever negotiate for only black people and the black experience when Michelle is going to be there and Carmelita can be there and all these different groups? So then it's going to be, so what about us? What about our community? I have cousins who deserve X, Y, Z, and then the whole thing is going to come down to say, well, we can't give everybody, and then it's going to be that same catch-22, like what they were saying would happen with the other benefits. What they say was supposed to be for y'all is actually for the LGBTQ community who really getting these benefits, even though it sort of was like wrapped up as this is to help black people. And when you look, it wasn't really for black people, it's for any minority. And then the first thing they say, like with Black Lives Matter, white lives matter also. But we're not talking about the white lives, we're talking about the black one. And then it's like, oh, Hispanic lives matter also. And then it's the same thing now. Well, since it's the Somali people, everyone should be in the street protesting. And then when you look, my son died. My son ain't had nothing to do with that.
You muted me.
It just looks like this is their desperate attempt to try to get us, Black Americans on board with what's going on with immigration. This is not our fight, you guys. And Bonquisha and it looks like maybe her auntie or whatever in the stripe dress or whatever, they're up under no instruction because no man told them to come down here and fight for this. They're just down there kind of on their own.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ebony. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying nobody told them to come down there. They're on their own, all on their own, under no instruction. This is not our fight, but they're trying to do whatever it takes to get us to come down and fight, and we're just not doing it. Like this is like the great value version of the Black Panthers. So yeah, you can't have that without us. We are the secret sauce to all of this.
Yes, the Timu version of the Black Panthers. So yeah, I mean, basically, all of these people are paid. These are basically actors, paid contributors. This isn't a real group. Nobody knows much of any information about these guys. The group's not real. This is put up by Democratic shield money that are using this to try to infiltrate the black community. And I agree with Ebony just said. This is nothing but a psyop to try to win over at least some of the black population, FBA specifically. And it isn't going to work. The proper avenues are calling it out for what it is. And as it should be dismantled, ignored, and taken down because it's not real. They don't have a real purpose. First of all, when you want to talk about injustice, we're talking about people that's here illegally, you know? People that's here illegally. It's not people that are citizens that are being mistreated and not getting their full rights as was going on when this group was originally conceived. It is people that are here that should not be here. They should have never settled here. The rules were what the rules were. They did not follow the rules. And just because somebody lets you get away with the rules don't mean that it's okay, you know? So now that they've enforced the rules, you have to follow the rules. And the rules mean, in likelihood, your removal, you know? So that's just that. Like, you can't pull up a group to help fight that. Like, this is a government agency. What are we talking about here?
The Black Panther Party was militant. To be militant, you must be physically fit to properly be militant. They ain't none one of these ninjas look like they could run a mile in a respectable amount of time. Like, it's so, man, I'm serious. Like, I'm looking like, if you're gonna be part of the Black Panther Party, you got to be with the absolute smoke. Do you know how the founders met their demise? You got to be ready to put up or shut up. All y'all look like y'all eat too much Oreos and whole milk. Like, this ain't it. Y'all are not militant.
Don't get me started on that sister either, man, with that wig on. She down there for vanity. Look at what she got on, man. This is about looks and styling. This is vanity, period.
Yeah. We got Sexy Red, Black Panther.
Sexy Panther. Shout out to Everson. Says, you can be a man and not a word. We got that one. Appreciate you.
Appreciate that, brother.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Says, these must be the new characters in Call of Duty Black Ops 7. DLC available now on all consoles. That's funny. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, they got Peter Griffin in the group. Money. Appreciate you, OG. How you liking this Black Panther Party? Says the Somalis have a representative in the U.S. Congress who represents their district and interests. FBA doesn't have the support of any black members of Congress. Why not?
Well, I spoke on this a while. I said we need to, start raising our kids up to want to be senators and part of Congress instead of so many athletes and all this get into politics so they can represent us, And people say, I don't know. I think I got pushback for that.
So Rick Fox wants to come in and start running for office in the Bahamas. I think it's his father that was a Bahamian or something like that. And so now he's been in the Bahamas and now he's talking very strongly about coming in our next election that's supposed to be this year. So we see the same thing. And the same conversation is saying, it's like, what do you know about the Bahamian experience and different things of that nature? People feel, you can always have people who are going to be against you, but in general, the core of your group have to be some people who are that group. That group is a rainbow group. That group is all type of different people. You guys stay safe. I hope you get sorted out.
That is true.
We appreciate you. The one Gemini says, love the content. Appreciate you. Stick around, brother. Shout out to Project Leroy. Says, play the NWO theme songs at that picture.
That's wild.
Appreciate you, Derek Green Wade. Says every black pilot that I served with in the Navy were top sticks. I easily believed. Easily. Appreciate you, brother Frederick Howard. Says in 2025, Kunja G crowned 2 goofy kangs. 2026, Gavin X and Mr. Walker Records LLC. I'm rocking to the intro music. Heating them up. Let's go. Appreciate you, brother Frederick.
So here we go. I'm gonna take this back. I'll get you in, Leon.
Paul, I'm the chairman of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, and on behalf of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense and every revolutionary nationwide that agrees with this cause, I want to first, I'm telling all my comrades, every Black Panther out there, we're going to stop calling the pigs pigs and we're going to refer to them by their actual name. We're going to call them slave catchers. So when you confront the slave catchers, call them slave catchers. When you address the slave catchers, call them slave catchers. From now on, the only way we refer to the pigs, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, is we call them slave catchers. And I would like to tell all my brothers and sisters nationwide, stop referring to them as what they are. And I know it's a lot of people out there that say, oh, well, this cop is a good cop and this cop is a good cop. Once they put on that badge, once they take that oath, they're taking the oath to the slave catcher patrol. And I take it, they call up police officers now, but their name is slave catcher patrol. That's what they is. That's what they always have been.
All right, he tripling and quadrupling down. This is wonky. I feel like they about to start singing, "We are the world, we are the children." What's going on here, man? This is cosplaying. This is like Saturday Night Live edition of the Black Panther Party. Well, I mean, what's going on, Mr. Walker? I can't take it.
You know what? I too have heard that and believe that all law enforcement offices started as slave catchers. There, at least that there is some truth there, and I just wanted to see the Googles. Yes, and yeah, even Google says it's true. While some regard slave patrol as the first formal attempt with police in America, other identify unofficiated police department. Yeah, it's true. It's daggone true. Google trying to talk around it, but nevertheless, what does this do for us? That's my okay. Now we not calling them pigs. Now they slave catchers. How does this move us forward? How?
It's pandering. So now he pandering to his base, right? Which are
what's up with the sister with the glasses, man? Damn.
Down in that corner. And this woman come with a mini skirt on. Like, let's be real. Sexy Red got a mini skirt. She up here clocking tea and slashing throats and doing all kind of stuff. See, what you got, Ebony? This is wonky.
But did you see when Bonquisha, when he started saying we're gonna call him slave catchers, she started looking away like, I think I'm at the wrong meeting. Like she was double backing, looking around like, you know, you're the only one there, Bonquisha. This is you. This is the effery that you signed up for. Yeah, we don't co-sign this, but you saw the moment she was backpedaling for real. That was crazy. Yeah, just watch when he starts saying the pig stuff and we're going to call them slave catchers. She was looking away like, oh, no.
But this guy says he is in charge of the Black Panther self-defense. This is this group that's standing around him as the self-defense person, introducing himself to the world. Yo, really soak that in. He's supposed to be covered with some real big, bulky dudes with the rifle from the other shot. He introducing himself as the self-defense master. Who the hell are these people going to be fighting? The ice cream man? What's going on?
Talk about it, man. That's like you are the leader of self-defense. You are the sergeant in arms, more or less. You are supposed to show that you are about that life, some discipline.
He is. Y'all see them badges and wings and patches on his jacket? He's declarated.
I'm sorry. I missed the leather coat from Wilson's Leather. My bad. I missed that. That should have let me know. The badass biker jacket with the unbuttoned cuffs. Hush up. Where Ninja, can you run? Can you fight? Dude.
And y'all, he watched one documentary on Pablo Escobar. Now all of a sudden he's running things. No, you're not the El Capitan over here. Go back to your country with all that. We don't believe you. We don't even need any of your people. We just don't believe you at all.
I Jam, what's his name? The brother,
Yeah,
Master J from the Not After Round Coalition. At least he came up there in shape. He was about 2 feet tall, but he was in shape. He looked like he's with the smoke, all angry. Like, at least he looked the part. This brother here, come on, man. He looked like a cool substitute teacher or something, man.
Yeah.
Hold on. Who in the chat said old girl look like Grimace, man? Oh, man.
This is bad. This is bad. This looks like Sesame Street. What you got, Leon? What's your take on the new Black Panthers?
This some old bullshit. First of all, the Black Panthers never used the word comrade. That's a Russian, German, Eastern Europe word. Second of all, when the Black Panthers came up and said they were going to start using the word pig, it was in order to be able to insult the police without getting in trouble in California. And if anyone know anything about pig, what's that? I don't recognize the guy.
That's Gomer Powell, Full Metal Jacket, man.
Oh, okay. All right. So what the deal is this. If anybody, it's just like Jane's Addiction said, pigs eat shit, right? And pigs roll around in the mud. Now, I'm not going to call a police officer a slave catcher when he's done me injustice. I'm going to call him a pig because that gets them. See, that they hate that word. If you even put a bumper sticker on your car that has like the image of a pig in a police uniform, they will stop you because it hurts them. And
stop you and do what? What are they gonna say? They're gonna say, I'm pulling you over because you got a sticker of a pig on your bumper.
Well, yeah, look, they will, and they will.
Okay.
You know, I'm just saying, you know, they look, if you get in your car and drive a block, a cop can invent a reason to stop you. So if a cop stops me and I know I've done nothing wrong, I will call him a pig to his face. Now, this old two...
hold on.
You a lie. And the truth ain't in you. I've done it. I've done it.
You a liar.
Leon, brother.
Listen,
brother.
I've done it because I've got nothing to lose. And when you get
so if somebody, a young man has something to lose, would you advise them to go call a law enforcement officer a pig?
What I would advise any person dealing with the police is to make it home.
Okay.
Because they've got a license to kill. So
I've cops before. Out on the back seat. Just because we get away with it don't mean I would inform other folks. I didn't talk bad to cops before, real bad, you know. But I wouldn't tell kids, "Hey, you could do it too." No, I think by the grace of God, I'm still here.
Exactly. You know, I've been through some things with the law enforcement down here in the South where they do shit, and they get away with it. But I wouldn't advise anyone else to do it. So, but what I'm trying to say, these people are trying to hijack an organization that their members were willing to die for a cause. These guys don't have a cause. There is no cause for them to be out here hijacking organization's name where these men and women were highly disciplined, highly organized, and they had something to die for. These people don't have nothing to die for. They're going to go home, eat cheesecake, get on Netflix. You know, the sister in the stripes, she's going to have her ass up and face down before midnight. So what the deal is this. This fight is not ours. The black person's fight right now is to get a check from Trump. Don't wait till Trump is out of office to try to get a check because they won't cut it. Go to Trump, say, look, Trump knows what black folks have endured because he was there when his daddy denied blacks the right to rent in his apartments. So he can't say he didn't know. So look, go to Trump, say, look, nigga, cut me a check and I'll leave you alone. I go about my business. I won't be outside your White House protesting. Cut me a check and I go home. So that's our fight right now. If you want a cause to die for reparations. Die for that check. You know? We got an economic fight right now. You know, look, you need, now I'm not saying money is the end all be all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we do need it as a tool in our toolkit. So I'm done.
Okay. Well, I was going to go on to say, get you in Triple X. I was going to say, I think the majority of these people are paid actors and stuff. Just like the people on the streets, protesters blowing the whistles and all of this stuff. There's a lot of people being paid to be here. It's a psyop, as they say.
I agree. I think they're being paid for truth. I really believe that. Because there's no reason. And then how they quickly turn this into, we're not going to call them pigs no more. We're going to call them slave catchers, which automatically now turn right back to that call for ICE protests. So here it is now, maybe we wasn't getting the black people to come out for the Somalis. So now come up because this is supposed to be, as their flag say, the original Black Panthers calling you to come out here and start calling these pigs slave catchers to shame them. That shame don't work. Shame don't work on me, buddy. I come to do what I come to do. You're running on with me.
Yeah, I don't either. Like I said, that calling them something different, what does that do for anybody? I told y'all, especially if not only the Democratic Party, the vote blue, no matter who, folks, they will freaking tattoo Black Lives Matter on their foreheads, but they ain't about to give you a daggone thing. This is ultimate pandering. Y'all really think they're really about to allow, yes, I said allow the original Black Panther Party to reemerge in some kind of full force whenever they categorize the original party? Rest in peace to Huey P. Newton and the rest of them. They categorize them as a terrorist group. Like, come on, man.
Facts. And they never categorized the Aryan Nation or the KKK as a hate group. And look at their track record.
I think they did a little bit later. Maybe I could be wrong, Triple X, but even if they did, it wasn't on the level of the Black Panthers. But
yeah. And they rap sheet longer than a tablecloth, man. The reality is the Black community need to make its next move the best move. And hey, we got to get in where we fit in. We seriously have to get enough like-minded people together to start making and treading some progress, man. I can't say everybody because that's impossible. I think when you get enough like-minded people together, you can slowly start attracting more people once they see it's real, and we can kind of go from there. But this right here ain't it. This is complete bought psyop. Julio Pugh Newton, Jose Pugh Newton. Hey, this ain't it, man. This is definitely not it. I can't roll with this. I'll wait to the end. I got to say something about that tenderism, but I don't want to disrupt the flow.
Appreciate Triple X.
Go ahead, Ebony.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, with him trying to change the name back to slave catchers, we already knew what type of time they were on. We already know that's how the police even became about, is because it started after we got out of slavery and stuff, and it was to catch us. There was nothing like that before when we were in chains and everything. So the problem is that none of these people that are a part of the new Black Panther Party know that, because we've been trying to tell all the immigrants for so long the type of time that they were actually on. So now you're getting a dose of it with ICE and everything, and how they're deporting people back to their countries and stuff. And so it is what it is. So you can't convince us by now calling them slave catchers that we're just going to hop on the bandwagon. And to what Triple X was saying, enough of us are on code to not be down there trying to protest for this BS. So I think we're more on code than people think, and to what we get credit for, because there might be a few down there acting a fool or whatever, but us as a whole, we're just standing back and we're watching this whole thing unfold, and we're not fighting, because this is not our fight.
I agree. Amen, sister. Appreciate you, OG Richai. Says, are these people standing in a courtroom doing this PSA? That looked like a courtroom. These people work in the county court building. Hey, come on, man.
Possibly.
Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, this look like the cast of All That. Where are they now? All That.
Taking the oath to the Slave Catcher Patrol. And I take it, they call up police officers now, but their name is Slave Catcher Patrol. That's what they is. That's what they always have been. Every Black officer out there, shame on you. And I'm going to tell you why. You know how the Black police officer came into fruition? Back in the day, what a slave owner would do would go to one of the slaves and say, hey, if you'll help me catch my property and secure my property, I won't touch your wife. I won't touch your daughter. I'll let you live in the shed at the corner of the plantation. I won't bother you, but you got to help me retrieve my property. That's the origin of you being a Black police officer, is the plantation owners giving the slaves leeway if they come help them catch the other slaves. They want to use your instincts. They want to use your thought process as another Black person to help them catch Black people. That's your origin. Shame on you. So I just wanted to put that on there. We're going to refer to them henceforth as what they are, Slave Catcher Patrol. All power to the people. No power to the slave catcher.
And there you go. So even if he can learn a fact of history and regurgitate it, like I said, come on now, you like the Timu Drake. How Drake become the leader of the Black Panthers, man? You should be somewhere singing.
Listen here, man. I don't know how I feel about that, what he said, because so we hear too many folks, and I don't disagree with it, saying that as melanated folks, we need to get more positions of power. We need to become attorneys, doctors, police officers. I know personally, I was in the running to become a state trooper, and my motive was I wanted to try to help mend the relationship between law enforcement and the community. Growing up how we did, we saw a lot of injustices. So I said, I'm gonna become a state trooper, but that all fell through. But that was my motive, and I thought it was cool. I was gonna rock with it. I thank God it didn't happen. But nevertheless, I do think, times have changed enough where we could take something that's a negative, like a slave catcher, become a police officer, and a Black man can raise a beautiful family and make something of himself being a law enforcement officer. I got a couple buddies, Black brothers that came from the hood, was in them streets, and they became high-ranking undercover officers and stuff like that, and they doing their thing. So I definitely got mixed emotions on that.
What you got, Ebony?
Yeah, and Mr. Walker, these guys are not in a position of power. They just showed up like it was some jury duty or something. So he's not in position. He's not our leader. He doesn't speak for us. This is why we don't want people speaking for us. And this is why we're not following, you know, the lead of this guy, because he's not speaking for us. This has nothing to do with us. And just because you can quote a couple things about our past or whatever, and you have a little slang in your wording or whatever, we still don't hear you. We don't hear what you're saying. You do not represent us, and we don't want you speaking for us. This is not our fight.
I agree. For that, we're gonna take the new Black Panther Party to the pit.
It hurts to do it, but y'all got to go.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Yeah, if we gonna do stuff like the Black Panther Party, we gotta take that more seriously. Appreciate you, Uncle Todd, coming through like you do. He says, that sounds like projection. If you take this money and convince these FBAs to jump into this fight to their detriment, Ninja, please.
That part. So here we are. We'd have made it through another crazy show. We talking about the misinformation about Black people is out of control. We talked about a bunch of stuff tonight. I know Triple X, you said you wanted to get back in. What you got, brother? You on a delay?
Yeah. Triple.
Oh, yeah. Hey, fantastic show. Great job, guys. Hey, I love this new platform you guys got going here. You know, it ain't all about, as much as I enjoy you guys going ham on these silly people out here in these dating forums and stuff. This is a much needed platform. I don't really see anybody else doing this. Really addressing Black issues, great forum, great discussion. I really enjoyed my time up here, and hey, salute and well done, guys. Oh yeah, one other quick thing too.
Yeah,
about that tenderism guy. Hey, unfortunately, and I hate to bring this up for the 100th time in the last year, this is what happens from stemming from slavery, of generation after generation of generation of Blacks not having their stuff together and not being together and not being on code, man. So it should have been nothing. His younger nephews and grandkids should have already had this stuff together. They should have had the paperwork, all of that stuff, the trademark. He got the know-how on that. Yo, they should have that trump tight. You know, eventually you have to start producing some heirs and offspring that have learned more modern things, and that is going to be a benefit to your family. You know, like that should have already been taken care of, man. You know, they should already had their own place and been pumping their own stuff. You know, this is unacceptable, but hey, I digress, man.
You know, Triple X, I believe what that shows, and you're right, it's a rabbit hole, but I believe what that shows is melanated folks, we are more willing to work with and blindly trust folks of other cultures before we would trust our nephews, you know what I'm saying, our uncles and stuff like that. I had the same experience with one of my elders. I went to him, licensed general contractor, went to him with a real business proposition. Little risk, we just gonna put in the work. I'm gonna put in the work. And they don't trust you something. No, that I think about it. The next thing you know, years later, you found out they done sold land to some white man in Texas. So it's just that break of trust for whatever reason. Some of us don't want to see each other, you know, come up or progress. It's sick, brothers.
Yeah, it's under discussed too. You know, that's why I love this platform, man, because these things can be touched on. It's kind of somewhat of an open forum. Hey, you know, it's very, very under discussed, man. I got people, I've seen it before, you know, where it's like, I didn't really get it. My kids didn't get it. I've lived long to see my grandkids not get it. I'm going to make sure your kid don't get it because I ain't about to help him with what little I know. It's plenty of that going on, you know? So, hey, this is the L. Is that rabbit hole? How deep do you want to go? Let's get the scuba gear out.
I know that's right.
There you go. So what you got, Brother Leon? What's your final take tonight about the misinformation about Black folks?
Make it short, Ninja.
Gotta unmute.
Yeah, 45 seconds. If that.
I can do it in 20.
That's all you got.
Unless we harness the power of the mind
15 seconds.
as well as the power of the body, but the mind for sure,
10 seconds.
we will continue to lose. I'm done.
There you go. Time is up. Glory to you. Shout out to Rachel. Appreciate your sister. She says facts, Triple X. Yeah, shout out to brother Triple X. Always spit facts.
So what you got, Manny Ball? What's your final thoughts here tonight?
Yeah, the lady who refused to say that men cannot have babies, always remember that there's just some people you can't convince. Grab your group of people who is rocking with you and grow your community. Start from now, and in 40, 50 years down the line, that community could grow. What could be the new change that you guys want to see? Because we need you guys to succeed, because you guys are the big brother of the world. You guys are the map for the world, no matter how people say X, Y, Z. You guys are the map. Anywhere where Black American culture go, that changes the whole country. Like I say, they got little children in Africa dancing to Black American music. And most countries is just give up their music and want to be Lil Wayne or somebody like that. You guys have a power about you that is energetic, that is kinetic. It is a whole lot of stuff that we are yet to even understand. And it may come from who you are as a people. And we all are melanated people. We should find ourselves creating communities to spread ourselves forward. Because the white people, they can be extinct in a few years. Watch and see.
Oh, there we go. We appreciate you, brother, coming through like you do. What you got, Sister Ebony? Take us home. You muted.
Thank you guys for having us up here, and another great topic. Like Triple X said, this was much needed because it's actually, I think it's teaching us how to debunk certain things when we hear certain narratives that we know just aren't true, and just being able to debunk things and being able, you know, like Rachel, fact checking things. And, you know, we're all students up here. Nobody knows everything. So we're all up here to teach each other. I know Rachel and I exchange information on Discord, and I'm in the chats with Project Leroy, and he always teaches us so many great things, and we're all just soaking it all up and in order to make a change, if any. And so I just appreciate having the platform and you guys providing this space for us to come up and learn so much and to grow and to really be proud of who we are. I know a lot of times we talk about some of the negativity that's in our culture and everything, but there's so much more greater, and we see it every day when you guys provide this space, and we talk about our inventions, and we talk about the Majaro spirit that Manny Volve was talking about that lives in us, and you know, we're just full of that spirit. And I would encourage everybody, while we're still fighting, because we are fighting for reparations, start thinking about the things, like if you're creative or start looking into business ideas and ways that you can and make money and capitalize, kind of like the uncle from the Tendernism place. Maybe if he would have studied a couple things or had people to talk to or whatever. I encourage everybody to do that, because our time is coming, and when it does, we want to be prepared for it. So just think about all the things that are within your family and within your lineage, and whatever you want to start, now's the time to study on it and to learn about it. So yeah, I thank you guys again, and love coming up on the space and hearing different perspectives. And Man Evolve, thanks again for coming up, and you were a great addition to the show also, Triple X, and of course Gavin X and Mr. Walker. It was a great panel tonight, so thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Always. Thank you for always coming to add value. We appreciate y'all, Freedom Ryan, Sister Ebony. Thank you.
So here we are. We appreciate all y'all coming through tonight. Up on the panel, Triple X, Man Evolve.
Appreciate y'all, good folks. Have a good evening.
Yes, and go Seahawks, y'all. Go Seahawks.
There we go.
So here we are. Like I said, we done made it through, folks. Make sure y'all hitting the like button if you have not yet. Also, shout out to Baba T. Yeah, Baba T still in the back. He hit the Cash App here. What do you got?
Money, 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 money.
So he sent the 10 ball. He says, go ask your elders about everything you said.
Okay, go ask your elders. Who that? I think he's talking to Sister Rachel. Shout out to Baba T and Rachel doing it out this evening. Yeah, I ain't got no smoke for none of y'all. I'm learning.
Yeah, I see Baba T still in the back. He sent another 5 ball. He says, why kick me out? He says, you couldn't hold my response.
OG, he won't have me back there backstage. OG, he gone.
Yeah. So shout out to Baba T, who was backstage still. We would have gave him at least 30 seconds to get his last say if he popped back up. But shout out to y'all for coming through tonight. We will be back up here Thursday or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Y'all know Corey Holcomb going live tonight. So I'm about to go check that out. I'm sure he'll probably be live at the top of the hour. So we'll see what happens over there. And if they get wild, we'll be back up here tomorrow.
It's going down. I see y'all in the chat already. Yeah, I'm about to be over there. I would imagine he about that record-breaking attendance this evening. Yeah, we about to be over there. But right now, we over here, and we appreciate y'all rocking with us. Appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit the like button and the subscribe button on the way out if you already have not. We appreciate y'all coming over, supporting your interests, supporting your channel, supporting Truth Over Lies. Please continue to do so. Hitting that super chat, hitting that Cash App, please, and a thank you. Appreciate your Rachel. She says, knock it off. Read some books. You are educated.
Shout out to Baba T and Rachel. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! And like we said, depending on what happened tonight, we may be back. I know there's been other developments. Like I said, we got fatigue over the whole Anton Corey thing, but if Corey gives it more legs tonight, we'll see.
We're going to see. I don't know what to even assume. I'm good at, trying to predict what's going to happen. I'm going to be watching all giddy and anxious just like the rest of y'all.
Yeah, I know the brother Craig ain't been letting up. So Craig has been going live every day on his own channel, cooking Anton. He was live yesterday. I mean, every day. He said he going to keep going live till Anton pull up. So I don't know what that's about, but like I said, we'll see tonight.
Got to. This is part of my theory. They got to push because Anton came there, threw a grenade and left. I'm sorry, not sorry. So they got to do something, man. And yeah, shout out to Messy Michonne. She had that on display with that brother. And they had Anton up there in the hot dog suit. Wild stuff, wild history. But I'm here for the madness. Just keep me out of it.
So there we go. So shout out to everybody coming through tonight. All the sponsors. Shout out to Uncle Tall in the Cash App and the Super Chats. Shout out to Baba T coming through. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Shout out to Richard Media. Who else we got here? Project Leroy. Who else? Uncle Tall. Like I said, Black Unity. Erroneous E. Better Believes Me. Who was this? Everson Clark. Appreciate you. Shout out to, I don't want to miss you. I know Rachel, the big sponsor. So I don't want to miss somebody, but yeah, shout out to Rachel sponsoring the show.
Appreciate y'all, Rachel, and all of the sponsors coming through with big support energy. Without you, there is no us. So we appreciate the support.
That part. So we will be back here Thursday for sure. Thursday for Single by Choices. And like I said, we'll see what happens overnight. We may do a pop-up show tomorrow. Stay tuned and set your notifications. Make sure you're subscribed to all the channels.
Keep your eyes and ears to the Cart Before the Horse family YouTube street. Stay up to date, and we will see you when we see you.
That part. So until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Productions.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not buried, but